Hello. Welcome back to the conference room. Let me make sure everything's working and that you can hear me. This is technically take 2 of this stream, but let's make sure it's working. Hello. Welcome back to the conference room. Yes. Wonderful. Welcome back to the conference room. We've been in here for a month. I know it's a bit annoying to have to return to it after being trapped here together and barricaded in for the last month. But I have to clean this up. And so if we're going to do a live stream talking about Zombie Apoctober and all the videos that happened this month, we gotta return here. So let's start cleaning up. In just a moment. Sorry, hold on. Let's start cleaning up in just a mere moment. Once I realize that I actually need to, you know, it's screw it. You're gonna see a little. The smoke isn't gonna be contiguous. I apologize. There we go. Okay, we'll get this place cleaned up. And then, actually, there's one other thing I need to quickly set up. But, well, you know, let's let it clean in the meantime. Where is this? Here. Here. And... whoop, ignore that. And ignore... you know what? Cool. Okay, here we are. Welcome to Zombie Apoctober. Well, talking about Zombie Apoctober. It was a very successful month. It was a very full schedule month. And we are going to be discussing it and discussing the 4 videos. So the 5 videos that came out of it. I guess we should just start. I mentioned this is the second take of the stream. That's because I was doing the stream earlier, but candidly, I had to render. I was rendering these backgrounds live as I did it, and so it was very disorderly because I was distracted and stuff. I figured just do a full reset. We were only a few minutes in. So while we're cleaning up, I'll just speak, and then we're gonna go into one video by video at a time. Zombie Apoctober was... obviously, it was this year's weekly videos month, along with being this year's Halloween special. It's something I've had the idea for a while, you know? Last year when I was brainstorming what kind of themes weekly video months could have in 2024, I was like, oh, well, you know, we could do a zombie theme, right? We could do an alien theme is what I ended up doing that year, and I came up with some other ideas I won't spoil because I'll probably do them in future years. Body's heavy. There we go. Get rid of that one. Did it work? Sorry, I know it went black. Sorry, that was a poor transition. Okay, but there we go. That was just me transitioning to... no, what? Why didn't it work? There we go. Damn it, I had a thing ticked. Okay, that was me transitioning from the cleaning up background clip to the loop of it being cleaned background clip. And I didn't have it tick to restart playback when I turn that on, whatever. Behind the curtain. Yeah, so I came up with the zombie theme as that could be a good theme, and I was thinking, because by nature it's in October, it crosses with the Halloween special. I was like, that's probably going to be a pretty big weekly videos month when I do it. You know, that's a hefty theme. Watercolor. He's got wobbly legs. That's really annoying. Hold on, we'll set that right. We'll set that right in just a moment. I don't know the timing of this. Whatever. You know what? The background is just there. I'm not going to try to interact with it more than has to. Hello, Root to Iris. Welcome. Okay, we're going to focus up. I'm going to actually complete my thoughts, and we're going to go through these videos. Zombie Apoctober, I came up with the idea for a zombie theme that crosses with the Halloween special in October last year, but I was like, that's going to be a big month because it crosses with the Halloween special, so I'm not going to make it 2024's weekly videos month, and also, I am going to delay it because in the initial conception of Zombie Apoctober, when I was writing down what games the videos could be on, one of the ideas I had written down was Left 4 Dead 2 co-op. I was going to do Left 4 Dead 2 with like a group of friends and then mix like funny moment highlights with like a post-narration to add like a storyline to the clips that is like contiguous and maintained through the clips. And so in 2024, I was like, okay, so I'm not going to do that this year because at some point in the future, I'm going to have a bunch of friends who like do live streams or videos, and then we can play Left 4 Dead 2 together, and it'll be great. And then that it hasn't happened yet. So maybe that video happens at some point in the future, but it wasn't a part of Zombie Apoctober. I bring it up because that would have obviously been an easier video to make, right? Because it's less intensive on the script, because the script is just to like connect clips rather than the script being the entire video. And the reason I made that in the initial thing, it was first of all because it's like a fun idea, I think, but it's also because I knew one of the videos was going to be Resident Evil 2. And I knew, I hadn't even played it yet, but I knew that Resident Evil 2 was going to be an insanely big video to make. And instead of lightening the load a bit by making one of the videos that I could make in like 2.5 days or something, and then use the extra time on the Resident Evil 2 video, instead of doing that, I did not have the opportunity to make a Left 4 Dead 2 video for Zombie Apoctober, and I made it 5 videos instead of 4. So, you can imagine, it was a pretty intensive month. And the thing is, I knew ahead of time, if we go to the Zombie Apoctober announcement video here, which, hey, look, you know, it's not quite all the way cleaned up. You can see I've taken down the Halloween decorations, and we've had to barricade up the window. And there's a bit of blood on the whiteboard. And we added the water cooler, because, you know, when they cut off the water supply during the zombie apocalypse, we had to take this out from somewhere else in the office. But, you know, it's relatively cleaned. Anyway, and the poster's askew. I didn't even notice that. Oh, man. Anyway, if we go to the announcement video, here's a good... We'll use this one. The plan was to make it every Friday of this month for uploads. Can you see my mouse? You can see my mouse. Every Friday of this month for uploads. And the reason that was the plan is because Halloween was on a Friday this year. You know, it's the 13th anniversary of 2012 Halloween. We can't just let that go by. And so it was going to be these 4 Fridays. But I did a little bit of work on some of these videos before the month started. Because I knew, as I said, I knew Resident Evil 2 was going to be huge. So my plan was, before October starts, fully make the Resident Evil 2 video. Just have it completed. And then you can make a Dead Rising video in 1 week, you can make a Project Zomboid video in 1 week, and you can make a Dead Space video in 1 week. And you can just have the Resident Evil 2 video ready to upload, because it's complete. That didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. My plan was to complete Resident Evil 2 and do a decent chunk of work on Dead Rising before October started. Neither of those... well, I did a decent chunk of work on Dead Rising, but the Resident Evil 2 didn't happen at all. I did play both games before October. I got all the footage before October, but if I was to walk you through the basic process of this of making the Resident Evil 2 video, and this is the process for a lot of my videos, but it's not the process for every video, because some depends on the game. Can you see this? Yes, you can. The basic process... Can I get this to like a dark screen? Yeah, and then I'll move the text in front of... Whoop, I won't move that. I'll move the text in front... Okay, well, it's hard when... There we go. So, the basic process, right? If I was to go step by step for the Resident Evil 2 video. Play game, get footage. While taking notes, right? Turn those notes into a script. Voice act the script. Sort the voice acting. Add the visuals from the footage. Add music and sound effects. That's a very, like, simplified version of the process, right? And let me add, I like doing this too. Let me add text again, and just make it a plus, and we'll make it, like, red. There we go. So now you can't see my mouse in Streamlabs, but now you can, because I'm just dragging this. So I played the game, I got the footage, and I took my notes before October started. I did manage to do that. This is for the Resident Evil 2 video. I don't know exactly when I completed the script, but I voice acted it on Tuesday the 28th. And keep in mind, the original version of this plan, it was supposed to be uploaded on the 24th, the Resident Evil 2 video. And I voice acted it on the 28th. It managed to go up on the 30th, because I super speed ran. For a video that large, I normally couldn't do all these other steps, but I was going crazy to get the Resident Evil 2 video up and leave enough time for the final video, the Halloween special. So I managed to get it up on the 30th. But the week I was supposed to be working on Resident Evil 2, I got, like, super busy, and I was like, oh, it's fine, because I've already played it, I've got my notes, I'll just turn it into a script. Turning it into a script took ages. This was only on the 28th. It was insane how, like, arduous it was. So, and because the week I was supposed to be working on it was so busy, it was basically, like, all my work done before October. Like, it may as well have not happened, because it wasn't, you know, it didn't take 7 days to play the game and do this. And that's how many days that I was supposed to be working on it that I was like, oh, I'm really busy with other stuff. And then I'll resume it. Oh, it's fine, because I've already done this. I'll just resume it, like, on Thursday, and it'll be fine. And nope, wasn't. So, yeah. So, it was a very large month. We're just going to leave that plus sign, because I might drag it around later. We'll put it over here. You know, let's put it in the Let's put it in the barrel I used to cart in all the wooden planks that we boarded this place up with. Yeah, you can see the nails and stuff. Oh, also, I don't know, these articles. You can see I had the vague plan for most of these videos, and we're going to go video by video and give details in just a moment. But you can see, like, this is the Project Zomboid video. This is like a news article about the 1993 zombie apocalypse in Hawaii. This is a news article about the Dead Rising video. Frank Lachlan in the 2006 almost zombie outbreak. You know, it is a zombie outbreak, but they found the cure on the same day. So the last real zombie outbreak was 1993. It was 1993, 2006, 2025. And we managed to get through this one, so that's good. I think it might be time to start going through video by video. Carrying on from what I was just saying, right? And look, we can bring this back. And let me delete. There's my window sound, not yours. Delete the text that we don't need anymore. That's hidden. I did record the Dead Rising footage before October started as well. And so on the 1st, when I uploaded this video, that, you know, is the announcement for Zombie Apoctober, I think about halfway through the 1st, I realized I have the Dead Rising footage recorded. I have it timestamped, so when I'm adding the visuals after I've done the script and recorded it and everything, it'll be, you know, I won't need to search the footage to find each scene. I have it all timestamped. I've really, like, improved the process. I don't have the timestamp, but I have it, like, the timestamps written down, you know. I have really improved the process of making these videos. I've made it a lot faster. And I was like, the script is, like, nearly done. I could plug in my external hard drive and find out exactly when I recorded the voice acting for the Dead Rising video. It might have even been on the 1st. But I was like, I think I could actually finish it for the 3rd. And then make it a 5-video month instead of a 4-video month. And my plan was then insert on the 10th Halo 2. Because Halo 2... I've played Halo 2 many times. And I knew it was going to be a low visuals game in terms of visuals provided by the game, which normally makes a game easier to make a video on. So I was like, I think I can make that in a week. I've already got some notes on it. Like, for example, if I open up this scene, if you've seen it, this scene, you can see my mouse, but it's more fun to do this. This scene, I wrote this like 9 months ago, a year ago, or something like that, because it, you know, sir, permission to leave the station. For what purpose, Master Chief? To give the Covenant back their bomb. It's a very, like, famous scene. I feel like you can't make a video on Halo 2, or at least I couldn't make a video on Halo 2 and just, like, exclude that scene. But if you look at the actual content of the scene, it's like, what the hell do you use it for? You know, in-game, it's silent. Because what else are you going to do? He's just floating through space to deliver this bomb to a Covenant cruiser, right? And so I knew it was a scene I wanted to include, and I knew it was going to be a potential problem scene. So like a year ago, I wrote the scene and...
But to retreat. They can't take down this station while we're still...
We'll just let it play for a sec.
And once they retreat, it'll give our smaller ships a chance to survive. Nice. I wish I could help. I feel pretty useless.
You can help. Open the shutter.
Can't. I'm Ghost. Wait, which shutter? Lockdown window shutters?
I'll just do it.
Doug, that's the airlock shutter. Doug? Doug, why'd you grab it?
I was trying to keep it on the station.
Why?
Well, I wasn't gonna give them back their bomb. They'd just rearm it.
Hey, rearm it. That's not a bad idea.
What do you mean?
If I rearm the bomb, it'll kill you quick. Painless.
No, Joyce, I don't want you to kill me.
Doug, you're dead. You just died. If I don't blow you up, you're burning up in the atmosphere. And that's... I'm guessing that hurts. Bad way to die.
I can tank it.
You can't tank it, Doug. You can't tank falling from orbit. You're dead.
Don't
Anyway, so I wrote that scene like a while ago. I said 9 months, I said a year, I don't actually know how long ago. But, you know, I obviously knew I was going to make a video on Halo 2 because I made a video on the first one. And, yeah, so I had that scene, and I think maybe one or two other scenes. Maybe not, actually, but maybe just, like, maybe a couple of, like, lines of dialogue that I knew were going to happen. So the point is, I knew, and we're going to go... We're going to go through each video in detail in just a moment, but I just want to do this overview first. The point is, I knew ahead of time, I was here, before I made the Dead Rising video, I was like, I think if I really, really push it, I can get it done for the 3rd. And then I can make Halo 2, I bet I could do it in 1 week. I already have some notes on it, and it's a low visual game, I know, because I've played it so often. I bet I could do it for the 10th. And Halo 2 has, you know, zombies in it, right? It's not about zombies, and my video isn't about zombies, but it features the Flood, which are the zombies in Halo. So it fits with Zombie Apoctober. And so that's what I ended up doing. And I think that was a cool decision. I think it was nice to make it 5 videos, and like, surprise guys, on the 3rd, we've already started. Here's one right away. But making it 5 videos was intensive. Because the thing is, it's not just 5 videos. It's like, they're large videos, you know. Hot off the presses is 28 minutes. And they're like good. It's not bloated at all, you know. It's like, it's... If I was going to, like, really trim the last bits of fat that I didn't get to do because I was making it on, like, a, you know, tight schedule, and, you know, I was like, oh, yeah, I finished... I think I would cut, like, maybe 40 seconds total. And it's just, like... It would just be, like, refining, like, 1 or 2 scenes. Halo Undead, 22 minutes. Did not end up being small like I thought it would be. Also, I recorded this game, you probably can't tell on stream, because bitrate and stuff. But I recorded this at indistinguishable quality. I normally record games at high quality. It was like 70 gigabytes of video files for Halo 2. But I wanted to get, like, you know, these cutscenes in the remaster are so pretty. I wanted to get them in high quality. Anyway, that was... I guess the point is just the file sizes were big. I don't know, I wanted to bring that up. This is a small video. This is actually the size weekly video month videos should be. And then this happened. It's 34 minutes, which isn't, like, insanely huge, but it's goddamn big, you know? And then this is another, like, yeah, this is like a weekly videos month video. So yeah, it was a very big month because 3 of the videos are huge. I think combined, what, like 8 minutes, is this 34? Yeah. So 42, this is 6, right? Yeah. And we'll say 6, even though you could round up to 7. I'll just not consider whatever. So what did I say? It was 42, so 48. So an hour 10. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like an hour and a half. It's more than an hour and a half. Unless I said an hour 10 when I should have said an hour. But, like, it is like 90 to 100 minutes of refined, scripted videos this month. if you went to the Zombie Apoctober playlist and watched it all the way through, it would be an hour and a half. Which is crazy. Right? It's great. I honestly, this is probably the most fun I've had making videos. I don't know if it's to do with, like, the nature of the videos, and it's like a collection of games that I've wanted to make a video on for a while, you know, Dead Rising, Resident Evil 2, Halo 2. I've known I was going to make a video on those games on those three for, like, more than a couple of years, I think. Or maybe, like, 2 years. So maybe it was that, but, like, I realized as I was making the Dead Rising video, this first video, I was like, I'm having such a good time. I'm really enjoying myself. And that was really nice. So I guess now it's time to go through video by video. I think the majority of the overview, there's probably more stuff in the overview that I could talk about. I don't have notes, but I do have something that I can use as notes. And then we can also just, like, go through the video. There's a lot of things I want to say. Just before I jump into it, I want to make sure I'm starting at a good point. I guess there is one more overview thing to cover. Yeah. So one last overview thing to cover before we go in and start going video by video on the details. Something that was really important to me in Zombie Apoctober was making all of the videos feel different. And I think I very much succeeded at that. The Dead Rising video is completely different in terms of tone, character, and goals. Like, the goals of the video. Like, what are they trying to do? What's the main character trying to do? Is completely different from Halo 2. Is completely different from Dead Space. Is completely different from Resident Evil 2. Is completely different from Project Zomboid. And I think that's a really important thing to intentionally keep in mind while I was making these, because it would be really easy if I'm making 4 or 5 zombie videos in a row to fall into the same thing of, like, whoa, what's going on? Hey guys, what's going on down here? Wait, are those zombies? Oh my god, there are zombies! What's going on? Oh, who made the zombies? Oh, that's the person who made the zombies. Oh, that's them. Okay. We fixed the zombies. We're all better. It would be so easy to just make every video that. And not only is only one of the 5 videos following that kind of formula, you know, and I could have... I don't think that formula is the problem. I think the problem would be repeating any formula 5 times in a row. Not only, like, are all these videos completely different, I feel like they're also completely different tones and kind of, like, vibes, you know? Like, a big example would be Resident Evil 2, and I'm kind of going into this assuming you've seen the videos. If not, if you've only seen some of them, you'll probably be fine, but, you know, when we go into, like, the details of it, there's going to be, like, spoilers and stuff. That's fine. Resident Evil 2, the tone of it is much different.
What's a reporter doing in a zombie apocalypse? I'm here to punch...
Oh, also, that's something to talk about. But the tone of it, I think, is completely different from, like, Hot Off the Presses. You know, Hot Off the Presses is much more, like, cartoony and silly, and Resident Evil 2 is silly, but it's not, like... I don't know. I think it's hard. I'm also like, I want to be cautious not to show like any of the violent clips from Resident Evil 2, because, you know, this game is violent, and that's why I put this in. Okay, well, you can't see it. Can I make that disappear if I... No, it has to be playing for it to disappear. But that warning at the bottom, you can read it anyway. It's a bit covered. You can read that. Just because I wanted to warn people. And I don't want this stream to get, like, in trouble. I had to put a marker on the video in YouTube as well. And so, you know, I want to be careful not to show that on here. But yeah, I wanted to make them all feel different. The example I think of is, like, if I wanted to make, like, a bunch of detective videos, you know, like, I make Buckwheat Grayson videos. If I wanted to make a bunch of detective videos, I need to make sure they're all different. Because it can't just be different named detectives solving different crimes. It needs to, like, the videos need to feel different. Right? They would need to. I'm not making multiple detective videos, but they would need to feel different. It couldn't be like, oh, here's the detective who's dumb, and here's a different detective who's dumb. It would, you know, there'd need to be very clear, not only differences in the main character, but also differences in how the videos felt. And I do feel like we successfully did this. As I've said, I think maybe 5 times now. The other good thing is there are a lot of zombie games I want to make videos on. I mentioned at the start of the stream, Left 4 Dead 2 was originally part of the initial plan that I made for Zombie Apoctober. There are a lot of zombie games I would love to make a video on. And it is... having something like Zombie Apoctober, it's not only fun to have, like, here's a month full of 5 videos with unifying themes. I think it's also cool to check off 5 games from the zombie list. Because Halo 2, it's not really about the zombies. It features zombies, so it, you know, it fits with the month. It's not really about the zombies. The other 4 games are about the zombies, right? Like, the zombies are a crucial part of what's going on in universe, in the video. And so if it wasn't Zombie Apoctober, I feel like I would want to have a gap between them, because it would be weird to have a detective video and then another detective video half a month later about a different detective, right? In the same way, it would feel weird to have zombie videos that were, like, it under Zombie Apoctober, it makes sense. If these were just happening, there'd need to be a big gap between them, so it's cool to tick off 5 of them. I also think it's funny, in theory, we could do, like, a Zombie Apoctober 2. Because I'm going to make a video on Dead Rising 2. I'm going to make a video on Halo 3. I'm going to make a video on Resident Evil 4. So, that's 3 of them already. So if we were doing a 4 video month or a 5 video month, either way, it's only 1 or 2 other zombie games that we'd need to find and then tick off. You know, one of them could be Left 4 Dead 2. There's also a Dead Space 2 as well that I want to make a video on, probably. So I don't know, maybe there'll be a second Zombie Apoctober in like a couple of years. Probably not. I think I want to make some of these sequel videos before then. I wouldn't want to do Zombie Apoctober 2 years in a row. I'd want there to be a bigger gap than that. Next year's weekly video month will be a different theme. And I want to make like Halo 3. I don't want to wait multiple years to make the Halo 3 video. So. Or the Dead Rising 2 video or the Resident Evil 4 video. So I don't know. But anyway, yeah. It's a good excuse to tick off 5 of the zombie games. And as I was saying, I had so much fun doing this. I really did. If I'm being completely honest, Melee and Invasion 2024 was like really rough for me. I don't know if it was like to do with other stuff going on or if it was to do with the videos themselves, but Melee and Invasion, last year, and I can say this now because we're off the back of like the most fun I've ever had making videos. I was not enjoying making those videos. It was like a combination of different things, I think. But Alien Invasion 2024, I was like, every single one of those videos, it was just a full week of, oh my god, this sucks, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. And then like the last day and a half, I'm like, okay, I think it's good now, I think it's good, okay, it's good, put it up. Aliens Aren't Even Real, Dude, is like the only one of those 4 videos that I was like really happy with as I was working on it. And I think it was just like a problem. Because Halo the Ghost from Alien Invasion last year, looking back on it, it's like, that's a good video. But when I was making it, I was like, anyway. So it was really good. Like, not to quote my Dead Rising streams while the Dead Rising video's on screen, but, relaxing back with a drink. Ugh, I needed this, right? This really helped. So, we can go through video by video now. It's about damn time. There are quite a lot of things to talk about. I might just have this play through while I talk about things. And if something pops up on screen that is like, oh, and I'll like remember something, then I'll stop what I'm talking about to talk about it. Something I did to streamline this process, because I was like, man, this is going to be a really big month, especially once I decided it was going to be 5 videos instead of 4. And with this video, I was like, I'm trying to see if I can get it done for the 3rd. And, my plan was, hey, look, if I can't get it done for the 3rd, it's fine. My announcement said the first video would be on the 10th. I'll just get it done for the 10th. But I wanted to try really hard to get it done for the 3rd, which I ended up being able to do. And one of the things that helped me be able to do that is I recorded, like, all the voice acting in this video. Pretty much. Every single line, I only did 1 take. Which normally I don't do at all. Normally, when I'm doing voice acting for a video, like, last year, hell on my store. No, there were customers yesterday. They only started blocking it this morning. Oh. Then why is my CD store always empty? Maybe they found a more accessible option, I don't know. Like, normally I'd be going, Frank Lachlan. Maybe they found a more accessible option, I don't know. Maybe they found a more accessible option, I don't know. Maybe they found a more accessible option, I don't know. Like, I'd do a few different kind of slight variations on it, and then I'd also repeat a few of them just to make sure I got a good one, because, like, oh, maybe there was, like, a wall pop. My walls just pop sometimes. Maybe there was a wall pop I didn't notice, and it, like, ruined the take, And so normally I'd be, like, listening to, for every single line in the video, I'd be listening to, like, 6 takes and choosing my favorite. And then, like, and I'd do that for every line. And so it makes the voice acting itself take a while longer, but then it takes it makes, let's say it turns 1 hour of voice acting into 3. You would think it would turn it more if I'm doing more than 3 times the amount of takes, but, like, it doesn't, a lot of that time is used in, like, scrolling through the script, finding different lines, the actual reading time, it's not 9 hours, it's not 3 hours or 1 hour of pure reading. Anyway, point is, it makes the voice acting take a little bit longer, but it makes the putting the video together take ages longer. Because I'm like, oh, which takes the best? And I'm really, most of the time, it's like, if the best take is 100%, the worst take of the, like, 6 is, like, 82%. in terms of just like quality. And it's like not really noticeable, but I'm always like really trying to choose the best take, and then I'm like putting it together, and I'm doing that for every line, and then I'm assembling, as the lines overlap between the two characters having the conversation. It makes the time crazy. But I was doing, and I did this for pretty much, I think actually for literally all of these videos. Yes, I did, just looking at them real quick. I was just doing one take per line, and that made the assembling the video process way easier. And I also think it helped in terms of like the example I was thinking of as I was doing it. I don't do a lot of drawing, but when I was younger, when I was like 13 or 14, and I was just kind of, I'd just like get some sheets of paper and draw on them for like 3 hours, just at home, just whatever I'm doing. I liked drawing with pen, not pencil, because I felt like when I was drawing with pen, I did a better job. Like, the fact that I couldn't erase made me kind of like focus more and do better lines than if it was in pencil. And I think in a similar way, doing it in one take is probably like, not as good as doing it multiple times and choosing the best. But again, if the best is 100%, I think doing it one take is like 97. And I think the fact I'm doing each line only once, like, kind of buffs it to where I'm, the quality of that one is higher than, if I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this line a bunch of times and I'll just choose the best. I've paused here because I want to make a quick comment on something. And that's that, like, I really enjoy this sort of thing.
My name is Frank Lachlan too.
No.
Look, the customers just got here and they're eating people today. It's like.
I just love weird lines. I really do. And there are a few examples in these videos, and it's something I've known for a while, but it's just, this is one where I've really consciously taken note of a couple of the lines. I love just like weird sentences, like really unique sentences, I guess. And for example, the customers just got here and they're eating people today. That just like amuses me. Another example is like in Halo 2, like, dude, don't flush my sister's ghost. Dude, don't flush my sister's ghost. Like, those kind of weird, they amuse me. One thing to talk about with this video, so if you've played Dead Rising or you've seen my Dead Rising streams, you know that the bad guy is called Carlito here. And in the video, he's the one who made the virus. In the actual game, he's the one who released the virus. He didn't make it, but he released it. Originally, he was not going to be the one who made the virus in my video. It was going to be a character named Kent, who in the actual game is just like another photographer. And he was going to be like a rival photographer to Frank Lachlan. And it was going to be he released the virus on purpose to create a fake... not create a fake story, create a real story so that he could be the journalist on scene and, like, get a bunch of recognition and praise and credit. And so it was going to be Kent, not Carlito. But I ended up changing it back to Carlito because there were a bunch of scenes... Because, well, first of all, you fight Carlito 3 different times in the game. So there's a lot of, like, footage to it. Do you fight him 3 times, or do you fight him 2 times and meet him 3 times? You might meet him 3 times and fight him twice. But there's a lot more footage on Carlito than there is Kent, and the other characters are also interacting with Carlito. You know, the original plan was Kent is the guy who released the virus and the main bad guy and made the virus. Carlito is just a different character. So this scene probably still would have been in it, but it would have been Brad has some issue with Carlito. It was actually the line where Brad is talking about... Is it here? Yes.
The way he did. Both being O negative, we shared a certain bond, like blood brothers. Does it really make that much of a difference? Of course it does. I once found out my friend's blood type was B negative. I cut him out of my life. I don't need that kind of toxicity. Well, I'm sorry you two have bad blood. No, he has bad blood. Mine is great. You have Brad blood. Yeah, I got Brad blood.
That was initially going to be what Carlito was. Is like, Carlito is Brad's ex-friend who is, like, he has a problem with, but he's not, like, the bad guy. Kent was going to be the bad guy. But it felt too much like bloat. It felt too much like just adding extra stuff, like, kind of cramming it into a video where it doesn't, like, belong or need to be there. So I went with it's just Carlito. Another thing I was initially going to do with this video was... I had it a second ago. What was it? Oh, well, there are a few, like, cut jokes, for example. One of them was... Because in Frank Laughlin's voice, when he talks about his readers, he says, "Oh, dude, I hope the readers like this, you know? I want the readers to like this." And I was going to do this joke, and I think it's funny, but it would be really hard to communicate in video what the joke was. And you know Norman Reedus, the actor? I was going to do, like, a joke where he says, like, "Oh, what would the readers think?" And it's, like, about Norman Reedus, and he's, like, calling him the Reedus. You know, he's not saying, "What would the readers think?" He's saying, "What would Norman Reedus, the readers, think?" And I had a couple of jokes. It was going to come up a couple of times. And Norman Reedus, I haven't watched The Walking Dead, but, you know, that's a TV show about zombies that he starred in. So I was like... And then, like, for the outro, I wonder if I could get, like, some interview clips of Norman Reedus talking about The Walking Dead that makes it look like he's reacting to Frank Laughlin's story about zombies in the news. Because that would be, like, pretty funny. And there's going to be, like, a line of dialogue that's like, "Oh, what would the Reedus think?" It's like, "Oh, why do I care what Norman Reedus thinks? He's just one guy." It was going to be funny, but I was like, there's no way I can put this joke in the video and have people understand what the hell I'm talking about gracefully. Unless I'm, like, banging you over the head with an explanation like I'm doing now. Like, just through casual dialogue is not going to happen. So, I didn't include it, but I thought it was funny. One thing to mention, flashing warning, by the way, for if you have epilepsy, just be aware. I'll tell you when it's about to happen. Okay, it's like here. This scene, which I'll play because it's short, and I like it.
It's my duty as a journalist to use my abilities for preventing conflict.
Stay back, I'll burn you. I'll burn all of you until you're hot.
Epilepsy warning
do that
now.
If I were you.
You can't stop me.
I'll tell you when it's
Nobody
safe
can
to
stop
open
me.
your eyes.
Nobody can.
Newsflash, buddy.
You can open your eyes. I love that joke. And as I was telling you with the Kent thing, I just love the idea of it, like, newsflash, buddy, and his, like, eyes and mouth start glowing white, and news articles start flashing on the screen. And by the way, those news articles, small epilepsy warning. a lot of them are from videos. Like, this is from my Passport Out video. That was a Valentine's Day special. What's it called? What's it called? Oh, The Frog Prince and the ESS. Yeah. Small epilepsy warning. Oh, you saw that one I paused on for a second was from the first Buckwheat Grayson video. This is from No Robots. So a few of them are from, and then the rest are just from The Onion. But that's what the newsflash is. And again, with the original Kent plan, that was going to come up a bit, it was going to come up like 2 more times. Because Kent being like a reporter, he's not a reporter in game, but in the video he's going to be a reporter because he has like cameras, and he was going to have made and released the zombie virus to get a viral story, which is, that could also be a joke, like viral, like he can also do news flashes like Frank Lachlan. I also just love the joke of like why can Frank Lachlan do that? And like, why does he never do it again? But anyway, and then in the end, like, Kent was gonna, like, try to go, hey, Frank, news flash, and then, like, Frank manages to kill him just in time before he can get the news flash off. But that was gonna be something else, too, that I liked. Something I love about this video, it's a lot of my videos, to be honest, but I think this video really exemplifies it, is that there's always so much going on. Like, this video is not just there's zombies and a reporter is out here to deal with them, or, there's the thing of, like, Brad and all his blood type jokes that go on, which I guess I'll play, like, a section of that part of the scene because it's funny.
That would be useful. There's more. What's your blood type? Red, no. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'll show you. No! What? You were going to shoot yourself. I know your blood is red. I just want to know what your medical blood type is. Oh. Was that your type, or why do you want to know my blood type? I think the virus only spreads if you get bit by someone with a compatible blood type. Otherwise, your body recognizes the virus as a foreign body and attacks it. The infection must somehow bind to a victim's blood as a disguise. Oh, man. Wait, say that again. Let me get it on camera. I think the virus... Keep going. I'm gonna stop motion this. Read your lips. I think you got the point. So what's your blood type? O. What is it? I have O-type blood. Oh, that's correct. What about you? I'm A. A what? A person with A-type blood. I'm A. Positive? Pretty sure, yeah. A negative. I need you to be certain. Well, I can't prove A negative, but I'm pretty sure that's my blood type.
So yeah, and then Brad with like blood type jokes come up again. There's short-armed Miranda, which I love short-armed Miranda. She's such like a little piece of crap. She's so like she's so like annoying, but in like a really fun way. Like we'll go into some of those scenes later. There's Isabella Instrument, which I love, by the way. I love the name Isabella Instrument. It amuses me so greatly. Like, obviously, I'm sure you figured it out, but it's Isabel, like an instrument, Isabella Instrument. And I love that name. And then Carlito, I would have changed his name, but the fact there are several fight scenes with him and his name's above his head, I thought it would just be easier for viewers if I kept the same name. And I wanted them to be twins, so I was like, okay, Carlito Instrument isn't as funny as Isabella Instrument. So I need to give Carlito a middle name that makes it at least something. It doesn't have to be as good as Isabella Instrument, because that's probably not happening. But it needs to be Carlito something Instrument that works for something. And what I ended up, he's Carlito Rally Nodda Instrument. We can see his ID later. In this scene.
the Instrument twins. Their last name is Instrument.
Okay.
They were instrumental in this zombie outbreak.
So who are they?
They've been involved in all sorts of crimes over the past few years. Both have a strong chemistry background. The brother is Carlito Rallinata Instrument.
And hi, Soviet girl. You're at work, but you wanted to say another peak month of Chimney videos. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. I will. I hope you have a good day at work. So his name is Carlito Rallinata Instrument. And that's car, literally, not a instrument. So just like a car is literally not an instrument. And that's why he has an undriver's license. So it's like, it's not, it's not groundbreaking, but I think it's kind of funny as well that like it kind of sucks a little. Like, car literally not an instrument. So, at the start he says, car literally not an instrument, when Frank Lachlan says, oh, listening to that engine purr, it's like music. He says, car literally not an instrument. His name is Carlito Rally not an instrument. And I think there's another joke later about that too, and that's the undriver's license. So that's one joke. It's really hard to make Carlito work. I had something else. If I go to my notes, this might only be on the external hard drive. I'm not sure if this is still on my computer. Yeah, it's not. There was something else I had that was like, it was, instead of focusing on car and turning it into car, lito, rally, not an instrument, it was Carl. Oh, it was like Carlito, Caden a player, I think was the other one. So it was like, Carl, it okay to not play an instrument. Like, don't worry, Carl, you don't have to learn the piano. But I like this one better. And then there's the other joke. And there's also a scene where he's like chasing you down in a van in the game. And I wasn't sure whether or not I was going to use that scene, but having him be Carl literally not an instrument, like, just made it so that I could do something with that in the scene where he's in a van, like, trying to ram you with it if I wanted to. Didn't end up using that. This barcode, if you scan it, I don't know if it'll work with, like, being a bit pixelated, but what this barcode is, I think it's something along the lines of, the second video will be Halo 2. Like, the sentence, in quotes, the second video will be Halo 2. Because again, that was not a plan. That was literally not a plan. Does that work? Halo 2, literally not a plan? I don't know. Like, that was a last minute... the whole year, pretty much, I knew I was going to do Zombie Apoctober. Halo 2 was not a part of the plan. It was going to be Dead Rising, Dead Space, Resident Evil 2, Project Zomboid. And I was going to do Resident Evil 2 before October started. And then didn't happen, and I added in Halo 2. So this barcode, I guess from a viewer perspective, the next video being Halo 2 isn't, like, outlandish. But I think, it's kind of cool if someone had scanned this barcode. They would have got, like, a week in advance of, like, ooh, next video's Halo 2. I liked Halo the Ghost. I liked that first video. I'm looking forward to seeing Doug and Joyce Maestro again. By the way, Joyce Maestro... Sorry, just to switch gears, we'll go back to the Dead Rising videos in a second. Halo lore, like a week or two ago, they confirmed that the weapon, who in-universe is, like, Cortana 2... If you don't know Halo lore, it doesn't matter. But the fact is, it's a second Cortana model AI. They confirmed her name is Joyeuse. They like just announced that, and she's Joyce in my videos. And it's for the same reason. It's like a reference to the same thing, but it's just funny that it's Joyeuse in, like, official Halo now. In the next, Halo game that isn't a remake or a remaster, in the next one continuing the story, it's going to be Joyeuse, and I got Joyce. I'm glad they did Joyeuse, not Joyce. If they'd also done Joyce... Because, like, no character is going to say Joyous. They're probably going to say Joy. You know, it'll probably be like, Joy, can you open this door? And so there's going to be, like, a degree of separation. But, you know, if someone's watching these videos back 15 years in the future, they might think, like, I took Joyce from Joyous. And no, that's not what happened. Anyway, so I think that's all the stuff I just, like, have on tap about this video. But there's definitely more things to say, so let me just kind of... skip through it a bit. Oh, yeah, Short Arm Miranda. That's one of the things I want to talk about. I like Short Arm Miranda a lot.
Yet.
We'll just watch this for a sec.
Hi, I'm Short-Armed Miranda. Your arms don't look that short to me. I said I'm Short-Armed Miranda. Alright, well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Frank. You too. Be frank with me. I always am. If the zombies got inside, what happened to that group that was setting up the barricades? The zombies ate them. They ate all those people? I know it's a lot to digest. But we can't waste time thinking about it right now. I guess you're right. Time is short. Like my arm. So you knew about them setting up the barricade and about the...
Anyway, Short Arm Miranda's, like, it comes up in, like, every scene she's in, how short her arms are, even though they're not. And that's pretty much just, So in the what's actually happening in this scene is he's going for a handshake and she's asking him to hand her his camera. But I just think it's, like, really funny to, like, she's trying to reciprocate the handshake. This video player sucks. She's trying to, like, reciprocate the handshake and she just, like, can't reach. And so that became a theme, and, you know, it's one of the things I'm talking about where I feel like there's so much going on in every video. It's not, hey, here's a video about zombies and there's blood type jokes. There's also, it feels like in every video there's, like, 4 or 5 different things going on at the same time. You know? I mean, every big video, obviously in, like, a 6-minute video, it's hard to, you know, you're not going to do that. And if you do, it's, like, it's not really 6 things going on, it's 6 jokes, you know? Things going on need to, like, be prevalent in the video. And I really like how many things go on in these videos. It's not like, hey, here's a video about Short-Armed Miranda, and here's a different video about, like, the blood type zombie thing, and it's been a while since I've watched this video, so I don't remember, but, like, there's other things going on too. I really like how full every video feels. Like, every video feels like there's a lot of parts to it that all work. And by the way, this is another show on Miranda scene. I love, again, she's such a piece of crap. She's so annoying. I love her so much. She's so, like, God, she's such, like, just like a little, like, just watch.
Look at the blood.
Short-Armed Miranda?
Oh, hey, survivor.
I love your talks on overcoming adversity. I keep a copy of one of your speeches with me everywhere I go, in case I ever want to listen to it.
Oh, okay.
Do you think you could sign it for me?
Can't reach.
Come on, you know, she's not even trying. Yeah. Like, you could definitely reach if you tried, Short-Armed Miranda. You could definitely have done that, you know? Even if your arms were short, which they're not, you just pretend they are. And, like, you know, she gives speeches on overcoming adversity. And she, you know, a fan meets her, asks for an autograph, she won't even bother to lift her arms. Come on, Short-Armed Miranda. I just love how, like, there's another one later. It's like, if I knew Short-Armed Miranda in real life, I'd be so fed up with her. I really would.
rely on my legs when my arms fall short.
Short Arm Miranda, your arms are not that short. They're like normal. Why aren't you with Brad?
I was just on my way to him. It took me a while to reach the doorknob and get out of the security room.
Short Arm Miranda, you're being ridiculous. You just go back inside. Give me that gun. I'll go get Brad.
Alright, take it.
Like, you can reach Short Arm Miranda. You can hand it, you can put it in his hand. You could have done that. I think the best way to talk about her is something I'm not gonna say, like, on stream. Gotta do this. But she's such one of these. You know? That's what she is. It's just like, you know exactly what you're doing, Short Arm Miranda. You're just trying to, like, avoid all the work. You're just trying to, like, keep your hands clean. But not in, like, a way of not doing anything immoral, but in a way of not doing anything. You're lazy, Short-Armed Miranda. Also, Short-Armed Miranda, surprisingly difficult to say in an American accent. Short-Armed Miranda? Short-Armed Miranda? Short-Armed Miranda? Hi, I'm Short-Armed Miranda. Hey, Short-Armed Miranda. Short-Armed Miranda. It's the armed. Is, like, the second half of armed is difficult. Not to just say in an American accent, you know, armed. But when it's armed Miranda, it's tough. I should have named her, like, Short-Armed Maxine. Short-Armed Maxine? No, maybe it's just an M thing. It had to be an M, because, you know, there's the joke about Short-Armed Miranda, or Sam for short, you know, S-A-M. There's probably other things before we move on to the Halo 2 video. Isabella Instrument is such a good name. I like Brad. Oh, okay, we'll just watch this joke. We're not going to go joke through joke, but I really like this joke. Hold on. This video player goddamn sucks.
It's A-B. You'd never find something like that in my CD store. Doing alright with orange. Oh, look, it's a B. It's A-B. You'd never find something like that in my CD store.
I love that joke. Because it's a B, it's A-B as in the blood type. You'd never find something like that in my CD store. You'd never find A-B in CD. You know? I think that's that one's masterful in my opinion. I think there are a few masterful jokes this month in some of these videos. I think there are a lot of, like, there are at least, I think, like 15 to 17 home runs. And I love home runs. Oh, yeah, one other thing to mention. Okay, this is also dumb when it plays, like, the tiger growl and freeze frames on, like, Frank snarling.
Did you write this down?
You're just a thief. A murderous thief.
You're not listening to me.
Of course I'm not. Your stupid blood didn't do anything, and you just...
If you watch this video through, so spoilers for the video, I guess. This video is more about the jokes than the story, so it's not a big deal if you haven't seen it and you get spoiled, but I'll warn you anyway. They find out the virus is cured with heat. You know, if you warm up the body, it burns the zombie virus out of it. And there are a lot of references to that throughout the video. Here's one near the end.
Oh, that's not how you cure my special little virus, but nice try.
Wait, so there is a cure?
Getting warmer.
Tell me!
Getting warmer is the cure, you know? And there's a few things like, you know, he says, oh, I think here's one.
Shooting at us. That's not his name, and I'll tell you later. But he has to die. What? I was just talking to him. He seems fine. Listen, Frank, we need to give that guy a real what?
No, is that now?
Shooting at us. That's not his name, and I'll...
No, that's not now. I think it's when he's... talking about them, like here, maybe?
We're looking for the Instrument Twins.
Why do you call them the Instrument Twins?
Their last name is Instrument, okay? The brother is Carlito Rallinata Instrument, and he used to be my best friend.
And who's she?
Isabella Instrument.
Yeah, I think so.
As far as I know, she had nothing to do with her brother's latest scheme. But with how close those two are, you can never be sure.
And no,
you
it
can
might
get
be here.
the message out.
Yeah, I think it's after this first fight.
Maybe we would have had better luck if we used our bullets.
We know for next time. So what was that all about?
I need to get some of his blood. Did he leave any behind?
No, I was hitting him in the clothes with golf balls.
Damn it.
Alright, well, I'm off. I gotta get... Yeah.
Then you can get the message out. Can I trust you to publish what blood? We can make a cure of the zombie virus website.
Yeah.
Then you can get the message out. Can I trust you to publish what
Yeah.
blood? We can make a cure the same way.
That would be useful.
There's more.
Okay, I can't find it. Point is, Brad says Carlito is a cold-blooded killer. When they're interviewing, deciding who interviews Isabella, he says
Surgeons.
he's a
My
hot-blooded
readers are gonna
American.
love this. If you have any
Personality.
in the entire goddamn world. Time to find out more.
Frank, I want to do it. I want to talk to her.
Listen, buddy, I'm a hot-blooded American reporter, and I'm gonna be the best journalist in the entire goddamn world one day.
So there's, hot-blooded American, cold-blooded killer. There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. There's probably like 2 or 3 more that you could find if you watched it through. That are just like little. If you were watching it for a second time, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, look at that." There might be one here.
So you aren't gonna? I wasn't going to, but I can read it.
I
I know you can read it. Good for you. I can read it. Everyone over 4 can read it. I'm not using a silly font. It's not encoded. It's made to be read. I know you can read it.
Give it up, Instrument. It's time for you to face the music.
Why don't you give it up, Queso de Mondays?
Don't call me Queso de Mondays. People only know my first name.
Yeah. So also his name is Brad Queso the Mondays, but it's Queso de Mondays. I have it written down. Hold on. Let me. It is. If anyone wants to know how Brad's name is spelled. Okay, I can't type in chat here. I need to open up the stream to type in chat. In the meantime, I'll just let this play because I think there might be another line in here that's worth.
I hate what you've become. It makes my blood boil. Murdering people, a whole city, maybe more once this virus spreads. Also, you can rob a mall.
It makes my blood boil. Yeah. And this is... One sec. Face the Music was good. That was the moment where Brad peaked. There you go. So it's Brad Queso de Mondays is his name. And let me just quickly open up the stream to type in chat. Okay, yeah. You can hear me. Cool. Yeah, so there's a lot of like little lines throughout that if you were watching a second time and paying close attention, you'd like notice. And to do with a lot of different things. Like to do with instrument twins, to do with blood types, to do with having hot or cold blood to cure the virus. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I love that. I love how full these videos are. They're just like so densely packed with like juicy, delicious ingredients. And there's probably more I could say, but I think we'll move on to Halo 2 now. I guess one last thing to say, because I don't want to forget later. Actually, no, I don't think I will forget. It's about the Dead Space video and this video, because they kind of have a link. But yeah, and, this first video of Zombie Apoctober, we managed to get it on the 3rd, And because I managed to finish it on the 3rd, that meant I could start the Halo 2 video for the 10th and make it a 5-video month. Which I think is nice, not only because it's like surprise extra video, and also 5 videos in 1 month. It's kind of cool. I think it's also nice because mixing the Halloween special with the weekly videos month, I think it's nice to have it, because it's in the same month, it's like an additional video, right? So maybe if I did like a weekly videos month in February at some point, it would also be 5 videos, with the Valentine's Day special being one of the 5. Or maybe it would just be 4. I don't know. Because, you know, it's not like the Halloween special and Valentine's Day special are usually an extra video. It's normally just one of the videos with a theme. Like, getting given a theme. But I think it's nice to have it be like an extra video. I don't know. I think that's cool. So Halo 2, obviously, it's continuing the story of Doug and Joyce Maestro from Halo the Ghost. I don't think I've really done a full talking about Halo the Ghost on stream before, because I wasn't really doing many streams in 2024, and I don't think during the end of year stream, I don't think I went into super detail. Maybe I did. I'm just trying to think, like, because, you know, there's little things I could mention, like the fact it's Orpheus class personal battle tank armor. And, you know, Orpheus is the ancient Greek myth. He went to the underworld to retrieve the soul of his wife, and then Eurydice is his wife. And then, you know, tried to leave with her. Hades said, hey, yeah, you can take her back to the land of the living, that's fine. But you have to walk right out of here, and if you turn around and look at her, her soul will return to the underworld. And in different versions of the myth, different things happen. Sometimes he makes it all the way out, and because he's out, he turns around, because he's like, yeah, I did it. But his wife, like Eurydice, is a couple steps behind him, and so she's still in there. And so when he turns around, her soul returns. Sometimes he hears her stumble behind him, or like trip over. And, you know, concerned for her, he turns around while still in the underworld. And anyway, point is, Orpheus is the guy who went to retrieve Eurydice's spirit from the underworld. Orpheus class personal battle tank armor. And it's with the inbuilt spirit anchor that Joyce's ghost, his sister, is now in. I like that. I just like the idea of a spirit anchor. I think that's really cool. I've mentioned this on a few of my other videos, like No Robots, but I love when a video of mine kind of explores an idea or a world or a setting that is just like really like unique and interesting. And I think there's one line of dialogue, it's really brief and it's only a small moment, but I think it quite well emphasizes like just the coolness of this. And it's when Doug Maestro's speaking to the scientist on the ground.
In cities covered in zombies, you can't go 2 feet without stepping on one.
2 feet without stepping on one? Aren't you stepping on both? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
I will be immortal!
Huh. Horizontal scientist.
Simpson.
That's another example, by the way, of like, I just like weird lines. Like, I don't know. Just Doug Maestro going, huh. Horizontal scientist. I just like that stuff. I like Frank Lachlan saying, the customers just got here and they're eating people today. And I like Doug Maestro going, horizontal scientist. I don't know.
Only promised me immortality. Your time is limited, but I will be eternal.
I could be eternal. My soul's bonded to a spirit anchor.
You could never be eternal. You could never pull it off.
Um, yeah, and I don't know, something about that line of dialogue of this, you know, super soldier in Orpheus-class personal battle tank armor talking about his soul being bonded to a spirit anchor, and also his sister, who was the other one wearing Orpheus-class personal battle tank armor. After she died, her ghost is attached to that spirit anchor, so that... I don't know, I just really like that idea of, like, having these super soldiers bound to spirit anchors, and after they're dead, their ghosts are still there, and it's like, yeah, I could be eternal. My soul's bonded to a spirit anchor. Who knows? I could be eternal. Yeah. This video... Most of my videos, it's like... If you were to have it, like this. Can you... Yeah, you can see. It's some kind of like... Whether it's like this, or like this, or like this. You see? Pretty good at communicating it. It, like... Or, you know, sometimes it's like this, leaning one direction or the other. But it's always like, which way is it going to lean? Or is it going to, you know, have fully fallen over in one direction? Personally, I like doing both types of videos. I do. Because I like my videos to feel different. Same thing I was talking about with Zombie Apoctober. I want them to feel different. But, you know, even when it's not, hey, I want to make sure I'm not doing the same zombie theme over and over again. I want my videos to feel different. So I like to have different leanings. But I think if I was only to make one type of video, I like when it leans jokes, personally. Hot Off the Presses, the Dead Rising video, definitely leans jokes. Halo Undead definitely leans story. Obviously, both of them, you know, it's not like a heavy lean. I think Hot Off the Presses is like... I think it's really dense with jokes, like really full up. But it also has story, and then I think this one has more narrative than jokes, but it has a lot of jokes in it too. I've paused here just because this face on Cortana, she never looks like this again. I really like this expression. I don't know if it's to do with like the lighting under the eyes or like the shape of the mouth, but this... Wait! I just realized what it is! I'm not kidding. Hold on. I can't believe this. I know what I like about this. Where is this? Do I have it? I mean, I have it, but I need to go find it in my files. I don't just have it in Streamlabs pre-ready. It's the same face, isn't it? It's like the same... Hold on. It's above. It's the same, like, expression of... Like, Cortana right now is looking up at a screen. And she's been looking at that screen for, like, 8 hours straight. And she's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, she's, like, reading something. And I feel like this is the same horizontal. Kind of. Yeah, it's not one-to-one, but I think it is, like, the same emotion. It's the same emotion on these two faces. Anyway, Cortana, my window sound, not yours. Cortana never looks like this again at any point in the entire game. But I really like this expression. I don't know what it is. I love this clip, like, a lot. And look, she turns around, completely different face. Like, back to normal. That's Cortana. This... She looks like almost like a child, I think, in that scene. I don't know if it's just because she's looking up and children are short. But she looks like... She looks like she's like 11. Don't you think? Like she's an 11-year-old in a movie, like plotting something. She's, like, trying to plan how she can, like, steal a cookie. So, like, I don't know. What do 11-year-olds plot? Excuse me. So I do think it leans more narrative, which is interesting, because Halo 2 is difficult. I knew it was going to be difficult. I only decided on, like, the first or the second that I was... Well, that was when I started considering making the Halo video in October. Only after I successfully finished the Dead Rising video was I like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. And I did actually have a backup video too. I had a zombie-themed video that I was like, I could make that in like 3 days. It was just a chimney talking. So if one of these... if one of these games I recorded the footage and I was like, there's no way I can make this video in less than like a month and a half, it's not happening in a week, then I had a backup plan. But I knew Halo 2 was going to be very difficult, because Halo 2, the actual story of the game, does not have a satisfying ending at all. Nothing is wrapped up. Like, 10 different things are set up. It's like, oh, the elites are rebelling against the Covenant now. Master Chief is leaving behind Cortana. Truth, the Prophet of Truth, and the ship, the Dreadnought, are returning to Earth. The Flood and the Gravemind are on high charity on the Halo ring. It like sets up like a bunch of different things, and none of them get resolved. Literally none of them. Which would normally not matter, because my video isn't following that story anyway. So, whatever, right? But the thing is, because none of them get wrapped up, none of the visuals get wrapped up. I don't have, like, the visuals of anything getting wrapped up. So, I had a big checklist of things I needed to accomplish with the Halo 2 story. Some of them were because they had to set up events in Halo 3. Because, for example, in Halo 3, elites fight on the side of the humans, and none of them fight on the side of the Covenant. So I needed to at least, like, have some sort of thing that could explain that. The Arbiter, I didn't need to make him important, but I needed to make him semi-important, right? In Halo 2, he's kind of the main character of Halo 2, more than Master Chief. Master Chief kind of doesn't do very much in Halo 2. He, like, there's, like, 3 levels about taking down a scarab, and then he kills a prophet, gets grabbed by the Gravemind, and, like, not much happens on the Master Chief side. But I didn't want to make Arbiter the main character of this, first of all, because these videos are about the twin siblings, Joyce and Doug Maestro. It's not just, like... It's not about whatever is actually happening in the Halo story. It's about these two fictional siblings and their interactions. And more specifically, it's about Joyce coming to terms with being a ghost. So I didn't want to make Arbiter too important, because I didn't want to take focus away from the actual main characters. I also didn't want to make him too important, because if I made him as important as he actually is in Halo 2 in this video, it would be really unsatisfying come Halo 3 when he's not important at all. In Halo 3, in the actual game Halo 3, Master Chief only says one word to Arbiter in the entire game. He says, worse. And that's the only word he says to the Arbiter. They are next to each other in a handful of scenes. Master Chief has a helmet on. I can make him say more when it's Doug Maestro. But the Arbiter is not an important character in Halo 3. He is a presence, and he does like 1 or 2 things. He's not like he's not a force of nature on the plot. So I didn't want to make him too important in this video for that reason too, as well as not wanting to take focus away from the actual main characters and main themes. A heavy focus on Arbiter would also just, like, be bloat in the video, I think. It's just not necessary. So, even though I needed to set things up, for example, the elites, you know, ending up on the side of the humans, and a few other things I needed to checklist. I don't have the checklist next to me, but it was like 8 things long. I also needed to have some kind of conclusion, some kind of ending wrap-up to this video. And so what I ended up doing is, as I mentioned, it's Joyce coming to terms with being a ghost, which is kind of like an overarching whole series theme, you know? Like, all of these Joyce and Doug Maestro videos, it's going to be about Joyce being a ghost, right? But this video, it starts with her being really unhappy she's a ghost. It starts with her feeling bad that she can't help her brother. We'll just listen for a sec.
Can you hear me, Doug? I can hear you, Joyce. This is still so cool. It's like I'm reading your mind with my ears.
That's also just like a funny, dumb line. I have had that... I wrote that line for Halo the Ghost, but then there was nowhere to really put it, and so I saved it for this one. The line, "This is really cool," he says, "This is still so cool, but if this is really cool, it's like I'm reading your mind with my ears." So, yeah, you mean hearing? You mean you're hearing them? Anyway.
Yeah, I'm tapped into your suit's systems, so I'll be with you. Listen, this station's shields might hold so long as we're near our sun's solar array, but the smaller ships are getting killed out there. We need to repel this fleet fast. Oh, damn. Joyce, got any spare grenades? No, Doug, I'm a ghost. Right. Joyce, you take the left. Doug, I can't help you anymore. I'm a ghost. I can't take the left. Right. Oh, I thought you said left. No, I did. Well, I can't take either side. Sorry, I'm still getting used to it. I'm not used to being by myself on the battlefield. Doug, don't say by yourself. Please.
So you can hear, you know, Joyce really is unhappy about being a ghost, and, you know, she feels useless. She's like, don't say by yourself, please. Because she feels really bad about it, and she's, you know, it comes up later too.
It's these aliens. We were winning.
Like, right here, we'll just listen to this for a little bit too.
Winning. Joyce, we need to talk about you almost blowing me up. I thought you were dead either way, okay, Doug? I was just looking out for you. That's not what I want to talk about. If I had fallen from orbit, I would have tanked it. But you thought I would be cooked alive inside my armor. Yes! But that bomb was made to destroy our entire flagship from the inside. If it went off, it would have totally destroyed my armor, along with both of our spirit anchors, which would have been protected if I fell to Earth. I guess? You weren't just trying to give me a less painful death. You were trying to unanchor your ghost. Yeah, I was. Joyce. Being a ghost sucks, Doug. It really sucks. I don't want to disappear, not while you're still alive, but if we were both ghosts, it'd be better to just not be. That's all. So if you were going to die, I wanted to take both of our spirit anchors out with you. Joyce, I just want to take care of you. Yeah, and I wish I could take care of you, Doug, because if something happens and you end up like me, you're gonna realize how awful it feels to be useless. It's not good in here, Doug. I used to be able to keep people safe, and now I'm just a ghost. I can't help anybody. I'm just not going anywhere.
Hey, Maestro.
And I actually made it and intended it to be a disability allegory. You know, obviously it's a bit, you know, made like fantastical, I guess, by the fact she's like a ghost and attached to a spirit anchor because she was a super soldier in personal battle tank armor. But when you remove all of those kind of fictional elements, what really happened is she used to be able to keep people safe. She liked it. And then something happened to her. She got hurt. And now she can't do the things she used to be able to do. She feels like, you know, she can't help her brother. She can't protect her brother. She feels like she's not going anywhere. She would rather not exist than exist in this form where she can't do the things she used to be able to do. And it's a disability allegory. And throughout the video,
I keep forgetting I can do digital stuff now. Ghost. Hologram. Future ghost, then.
throughout the video, she starts finding out, actually, maybe I can't do the things I used to be able to do, but that doesn't mean I'm useless. That doesn't mean I can't do anything.
Who is it? I don't know. Oh, hey, wait, I can figure that out. Give me a second. I keep forgetting I can do digital stuff now. Okay, this is Simpsoni.
And there's more examples.
Stop. Be leaving. I'm sort of scared. Be leaving.
Like there's this montage.
Easy way, but yeah. Just hang on a second. Let me plan a route. Watch it. Hey, nice move with that door. Thanks. Shut up. I'm looking at maps.
Yeah, protecting her brother.
For now. On it. Hey, there's a ghost in the machine. That's good, Doug. You should use that. Okay, through this hatch. Doug, duck. Huh? Whoa. Joyce, you're tapped in. I mean, that shot was aimed right for my head, like this. Doug, don't put that barrel in your mouth. And you warned me just in time. You know, maybe the spirit anchor isn't so bad. I can still cover your back. And you know, being in the systems like this is actually pretty killer. Being a ghost in the machine. Yeah, being a ghost in the machine is pretty good. I'm locking off doors to keep aliens away, monitoring maps and cameras, shutting down elevators, opening cell doors. Oh, Doug Maestro, it's so good to see you again. And I've just found you a ride out of here with this month's best pilot. Uh-oh. What? What happened? I lost connection. I think something's happening.
So she starts figuring out, you know, oh, hey, look, okay, so I can't walk around anymore. I can't hold a gun. I can't, you know, protect people that way. I can't do the things I used to do. I can't do that, but that doesn't mean I can't do anything. And then by the end...
The zombies will get to Earth. Even if we somehow found a way to close it, the zombies are smart. They could open it up again. I have to stay here and actively keep the portal closed. It's the only way. Joyce, this isn't all you can be. We can get you into a new body again. I know it. Doug, I'm happy to stay as a ghost if it means you get to live. Besides, if I wasn't a ghost, I couldn't do this. I'm not losing my sister. You lost me, Doug. I got shot in the head and died. But I can hold these zombies back. I can protect my brother. You ready to go? Joyce, don't. On 3. Don't do this. 5. 4. 3.
And then at the very end...
I'm not going anywhere.
You know, she says that again.
Out.
I'm not going anywhere.
Like she said earlier, but this time it's like a kind of more...
And he used to be able to keep people safe. And now I'm just a ghost. I can't help anybody. I'm just not going anywhere.
And then, you know, by the end, it's a much more like... She's much more like proud of it, I guess. And the meaning's changed. It's from, oh man, I'm not going anywhere, to like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm keeping that portal closed. You zombies are stuck in here. I'm not letting you get to Earth. So, you know, it's a lot of ground to cover in a short video that's also focused on jokes. It's a cool contrast. Thank you. Yes. I like having that level of detail. I know it's probably impossible to pick up on a first watch to remember what happened, like, I don't know, like 15 minutes earlier, roughly. And it'd probably even be a little difficult to pick up on a second watch, but you could then. But a lot of my videos are full of those sort of details that I like. And it's a lot of ground to cover because there aren't many... there's not a lot of time in the video. And hello, Maximilian III. Welcome to the stream. There's not many, like, scenes with Joyce, really. So, you know, you get, like, okay, she's a ghost. This is really boiling down these scenes that are full of story and jokes to, like, their most basic components. But she's a ghost. She feels useless as a ghost. She super feels useless as a ghost and would rather not exist. She discovers she can do some things as a ghost. She discovers more things she can do, and she starts getting more confident in herself. And she stays behind to help her brother live, and she's fully okay with being a ghost now, and she's like, hell yeah. Just because I can't do the things I used to be able to doesn't mean I can't do things. You know, it's... I think that the jump from I can do some things to, oh wait, I can really do things. It would be nice if there was one more transitional scene between those. But I think it still works, and I think it flows well. And again, as a disability allegory, I think it's good. And I think it also is what allows this video to have a satisfying ending. To round back to what I was saying at the start, Halo 2 sets up like 10 different things. None of them get resolved. I needed something in this video to be resolved. And so I made Joyce. She was always going to be like the focus of the video, but I made that specific arc the point of the video so that it has a conclusion and it wraps up. In the actual game, it's just, hey, Chief, you gotta go. I'm gonna wait here. It's not like a poignant moment that calls back to earlier in the video and addresses like the whole running themes throughout throughout the game and earlier in the game, I should say. But I made it that for this video because I just needed it. I needed some kind of resolution wrap-up at the end. And I'm really looking forward to Halo 2. I love these two characters. I love Doug and Joyce Maestro. I like, you saw in the little montage the thing where it's like the ghost in the machine joke. That's kind of a Doug Maestro trait. If I find here, Halo the Ghost from last year, there was...
Hey, Doug. Sorry I got beamed.
Yeah, you got beamed straight away. Captain, what?
The spirit anchor captured, but Joyce is one of the greatest tactical minds we have in our entire... Now,
how are we supposed to find her a new...
Tank armor is wired in a way that it is literally incapable of being operated by anyone else. Just like yours can only be operated by you. Now,
how are we supposed to find her a new body? Do you know what those things cost?
We aren't going to buy it.
Good, because they're expensive. Do you know what they cost?
The problem is figuring out how to get her spirit into an unoccupied body, not finding a body for her to occupy.
Do you know what buying her a new body would cost?
What would it cost?
An arm and a leg. And an arm and a leg. Plus change.
Well, that's okay, because we aren't
and
gonna
then that's,
buy her
you know,
any...
the alien... It's kind of a similar...
Like they're in...
Similar thing to,
Doors to keep aliens...
being a ghost in the...
You know, maybe the spirit anchor isn't so bad. I can still cover your back. And you know, being in the systems like this is actually pretty killer.
Being a ghost in the machine.
Yeah, being a ghost in the machine.
Like, I just like him kind of trying to force those jokes in. Do you know what buying her a new body would cost? And Ghost in the Machine. I like their interactions. I like their, like...
Wanted to give my condolences.
Yeah, we do. How did you not know that?
Our doctor constantly...
Are you sure she wasn't being metaphorical?
Okay, well, you're literally brainless and heartless, so shut up.
I thought you were comforting me.
I swapped sides.
Sorry, to be clear, that's a ghost.
They're kind of
yes.
like bickering back and
one.
forth. I like that. You think what really sends you with the arm and leg joke are the pauses? I love a tasteful pause. there are a few in here, and there are quite a few in the Dead Rising video, like with the short-armed Miranda thing, and with the I know it's a lot to digest. And there are others, but those are the two that I played earlier in the stream. I love a tasteful comedic pause.
Ghost, Joyce. Don't be brainless for real.
I can't help it. You hear what happened to my head?
That's enough.
And yeah, I like her kind of trying to cope with being a ghost and then like figuring it out in the end. I think it's cool, and I'm really looking forward to Halo 3 when Doug Maestro goes back for Joyce. One thing. And another thing that like wraps up is the falling from orbit. Obviously, comes back here too. I don't know. This scene, I'll just play it briefly. Gets me like super hyped.
I'm sure Maestro will find his way back.
This conversation between Doug and Joyce Maestro, I think it's like hype as hell, right? I think it's like super hype.
So what do we do? How can we leave without a ship?
Do you really think you could tank a fall from orbit?
Yes.
No jokes, Doug. No ego. Can you survive it?
This Orpheus-class personal battle tank armor can survive a lot. I know the heat won't kill me, and I think the gel inside will protect me from the fall too, depending on what I land on.
I need your guarantee,
With the music?
Doug. I need you certain you can survive it.
I can.
Then that's what you'll do.
With the music, that plan of like, you know, oh man, how are we going to get back to Earth? We don't have a ship anymore. Wait a sec, do you really think you could tank a fall from orbit? And like sending him through the portal to do... I don't know, I just think it's a really neat way to wrap up what was at the start of the video. And also, you know, I just think it's super hype moment. Super hype moment. And one thing I wanted to mention, just small joke that I think is probably missable, but I quite like. Oh yeah, right here.
To see you again. And I've just found you a ride out of here with this month's best pilot. Uh-oh.
What?
I added that in post. I got this notification during one of the cutscenes, and I was like, "That's really funny." Especially like I'm playing this on Steam, you know. I didn't even know what this was about. But I was like, "That's really funny. I have to put that somewhere," and have like Joyce lose connection to something, and I'll cut that out and put it on this scene instead. Yeah. And, you know, that's covering the major things of, like, the overarching arc of Joyce and the interactions between the siblings, which, you know, as I said, is kind of the point of these Halo videos. But there's also other things going on. For example, like the Employee of the Month, Marianne. That was basically... So, anyone who doesn't know, in the actual game, what's going on is she's getting given a medal for her deceased father. Her father is the captain from the first Halo game, and she's getting given a medal because of, like, basically, like, for his valor, but he's dead. And so she's getting handed a medal, but she's, like, crying. And so this is one of those other things I had written down a while ago, you know, like I mentioned. There's the give the Covenant back their bomb scene, and this is one of the other ones. Because I was like, okay, so I have this scene where Miranda Keyes is getting given a medal, and she's crying. Why is she crying? And I came up with a few different ideas. I was like, I don't know, she could have, like, just eaten an onion, so she, like, won the onion eating contest. And... Or maybe, like, people are mean to her, and it's like, oh yeah, this is the medal for like the most disliked person on the entire station. Or maybe she's just getting like employee of the month, but she's like really emotional about it. And so instead I made it 3 different people. And I don't think any of those 3 jokes are that funny on their own. Like, oh, she won the onion eating contest. And so she's like teary-eyed. Or, oh, she's medal for the most like hated person on the station. And so she's like teary-eyed. I don't think any of those are like hits on their own. But I think playing the same clip 3 times back to back with slight changes and like it's different people crying about getting a I think that boosts it a bit. And then obviously her being employee of the month comes up throughout the video, and she has a few appearances and mentions of that, and I think that's cool. Oh yeah, other things I had to set up is like the fact the flood exist, the zombies, the fact that Truth is a character. He's the prophet of truth in my video. He's the scientist Simpsoni, but everyone says Simpsoni.
From our leadership to deploy. Sorry.
You wanted to meet with me?
Yes, I'm the head of the science division. My name is Simpsoni, pronounced Simpsoni. Sorry, I'm used to people seeing it written down first.
They seem like they're in control.
Oh, hey, wait, I can figure that out. Give me a second.
I keep forgetting I can do digital stuff now. Okay, this is Simpsoni, a scientist.
She read it, Anyway, that was another thing I had to set up on the checklist, was like the flood existing, the prophet of truth existing, the elites rebelling, Cortana being left behind. Like, there was a big checklist of all of these, itemized curiosity being back and being with the humans as well. There's a huge checklist of open-ended, unresolved plot points from Halo 2 that I had to figure out a way to make a video out of that is resolved, while also still addressing all of those open-ended, unfinished plot points so that Halo 3 makes sense when I make a video on it. Because at the start of Halo 3, it's going to be elites fighting alongside humans. There's going to be Flood into the video. The Prophet of Truth is going to be a relevant character. The Arbiter's around in a couple of scenes, even though he's not that important. I needed to have those set up and ready to go. So, yeah, it was, like, quite a difficult video to make in terms of just having a huge list of things I need this video to accomplish, while also being a good story and funny and continuing these characters, and setting up for the next time we see these characters. But I think I successfully achieved all of my goals, which is good. And I do like the allegory that Joyce has throughout. And I can't do the things I used to be able to do the same way, but I can still do things. And I really like that. So the third video of Zombie Apoctober was Dead Space. And before we get into Dead Space, we actually need to go back to Dead Rising. This scene where Brad is turning into a zombie and Frank kills him in a bunch of different ways.
Take this gun and do what you have to.
I understand.
And by the way, for this scene, every single time I do any one of these things, it kills the Brad zombie. So I had to reload and run back here and do it again. It took me like an hour and 10 minutes or something to get all these clips. And if I was, you know, when I was talking about, like, if I was really trimming this and I wasn't trying to make it for a tight deadline, I was probably only cut like 50 seconds. I think 15 of those seconds would be in that montage. I think it could be a little bit shorter. And when I posted a clip version of this to a website, kind of being like, oh, here's a funny clip, and by the way, if you like it, here's the full video link. I did trim it down. You really laughed at that bit? I'm very glad, Maximilian. But yeah, so originally I was like, okay, this is funny. This is funny. When I was writing when I was playing the game and writing the notes, I came up with that idea and I wrote it down, and I wrote down which save was the relevant save to load. But I was like, I'm not sure if this should be Brad. I think it should be short-armed Miranda. Because she, in the actual game, this character, her name's Jessie, she actually turns into a zombie at the end. And I was thinking it should be her because I had already played Resident Evil 2 and taken notes for it. And so I knew there was going to be this scene where it's like,
Sergeant. Damn it, Sergeant. So I guess you were infected. I can't shoot you. I just can't do it. See you around, Sergeant.
I'm here to breathe and walk downstairs and
Sergeant,
kick
Sergeant,
ass
get out of my
and
way.
chew bubble gum.
and there's that, and then, you know, there's a little brief bit where he,
Take that. Move out of my way, move.
and I don't think those two scenes are that similar. But when it was just like notes, when it was just I've played this game gameplay notes, it felt like they were a little similar. And I didn't want that. And also, just like speaking candidly and honestly, the fact that Brad and Marvin Branagh are both black, I didn't want it to be like, hey guys, here's two videos kind of like quite near each other where the main character just like repeatedly brutalizes this black man. It's like, that's not so, you know, the fact that they are black has no relevance, but I felt like if I did it in two videos kind of close together, it would be possible for a viewer to think that it was like an intentional thing. And any viewer that saw that and was like, oh yeah, oh good, I'd be like, oh, you should not exist on this channel. You should get out of here, right? So I didn't want to like even have that be possible. So originally I was like, I think that's a funny joke where it's like, oh, take this gun, do what you have to do. And then it's just like a bunch of ridiculous using all the different Dead Rising combo moves. But I was like, maybe I should do it on short-armed Miranda instead, just because I know I'm going to have a thing later on where it's Marvin Branagh in Resident Evil 2. And like he gets shot quite a few times. But the scenes didn't really work for making short-armed Miranda. She does turn into a zombie, but it's, you know, it's not as funny because she doesn't, like, give him the gun and you don't see her turn. You just kind of get there and she is a zombie. So short-armed Miranda lived. Even though Jessie becomes a zombie in the game, short-armed Miranda survives this video. And in the end, I decided, hey, look, I think I'm making a connection here where it doesn't need to be made. I think anyone watching these videos wouldn't make the connection. I bring it up now in case someone did, because I just want to make it clear, you know, not a connection. And I don't think those scenes are that similar. But that was a thing I was thinking about. And the reason I bring it up as well as just like, you know, having that little tangent, I suppose, is because when I was thinking, okay, short-armed Miranda gets infected, but there isn't really a good visual for her becoming a zombie. You know, you kind of just get there and she is a zombie. What could I do? The idea I had was, well, I have scenes of her, like, looking at a computer, and I have scenes of her on a radio talking, and I can make her be talking to Frank, you know? And my idea was, what if she calls Frank and she's like, hey, Frank, I need some help. I think there's a computer virus I need you to get. And Frank's like, oh, yeah, all right. I'll come over and take a look at your computer. See if I... And then he gets there and she's a zombie. And the joke is like she caught a computer virus and then he gets there and she's a zombie. And it's like the virus, you know? I was like, that's a funny joke. I like that. But I think this scene only really works with the nature of Brad, because he's a much more important character in the video. And also because I should show the scene where he dies, because, like, Carlito and his fight is an important scene to have, and I can't just, like, leave Brad at the end of that. So I needed to show where he dies. The joke works best with Brad, and I think the connection to the Resident Evil 2 scene with Marvin Branagh is one that I was worrying about when I didn't need to be. So in the end, I decided to do this. But then I was thinking, like, but that joke where it's like, oh, hey, Frank, I caught a computer virus. Could you come over here and help? Oh, yeah, all right. Whoa, I shot on Miranda's a zombie. I was like, that's funny. And so that became what the entire Dead Space video is. That became like the joke for the Dead Space video is, hey, here's an IT worker and he's called in to fix a computer virus. Well, to fix a virus. And it turns out it's a zombie virus. You know, the original joke for the Dead Rising video was, I have a computer virus. Oh, what? It's a zombie virus. But here we have a virus and he assumes it's a computer virus. You know, it's not actually the computer virus made the zombies. It's a misunderstanding. After like an opening montage of being called in for a bunch of jobs he doesn't do. And like, oh, can you fix this? Can you fix this? It's like, no, I'm an IT worker. I'm an IT worker. I'm an IT worker. What's his voice?
What do you need?
Hey,
What do you
glad
need?
you made it out.
I'm an IT worker, man.
So anyway, that's where this came from. And this was really... I've never played Dead Space before. This was my first time playing it. It's a really fun game. And it was really fun to make a video on. You know, talking again about videos having different feels and different styles. Some games provide a really small amount of visuals. You know, like, for example, Dead Space has no cutscenes, and very few times where there's even another human being on screen. You know, it's like 92% gameplay. And it's also a really fun game. And it's really nice and, like, refreshing every now and then to just throw in hey, this is a really fun game that will probably make a pretty short video. Your list of, like, visuals that you have access to and notes about what you can use is going to be small. It's not going to be, like, really difficult to put together in a way that isn't wasteful, you know? Because I want to avoid bloat, but I also don't want to waste potential. So that's always like a balance of which scenes do or don't get included. And it's really nice every now and then having a video on a game where it's like, this is just a really fun game that I can just play and enjoy myself. And then at the end of the day, it's probably going to make a short video. And it's like, oh, here's a note about a scene that happens 4 hours into the footage. And then here's another, like, the next note is like an hour and a half later. Because it's just gameplay between those. It's really refreshing. BioShock was another one like that. You know, my video Mr. Meanwhile. And I think there have been a few others. But not many. But it's really refreshing having one of those every now and then, where it's just like, it's almost like a break for me, where it's just, I get to play a video game and have fun, and then also it's just like small notes for a game. And so that was good. This is my favorite joke of the video.
A zombie baby, looks like.
Yeah, get the hell off me! Time for me to boot up a more physical application. That looked like it worked. But just to be safe, how about a reboot? And another reboot? And another reboot? And a... What the hell?
So for anyone who doesn't know,
just to be safe, a reboot. And
Dead
a reboot,
Space
and another...
got a reboot in 2023. They remade the first Dead Space. And so this clip is from the 2023 remake. So the joke is, you know, boot up as he kicks it up into the air with his boot. He's an IT worker, so boot up is a thing. Reboot as he repeatedly stomps on it over and over. And again, he's an IT worker, so reboot. He's rebooting the system. He also just said earlier in the same scene, like...
What is it? What the hell is it?
Not it, IT, actually. Information technology. We usually just reboot stuff and it works again.
See, it's set up to be like reboot and IT workers, and then he's stomping and it's reboot, and then it cuts to the reboot of the game.
And another reboot!
And I just like that a lot.
And another reboot! And a... What the hell?
I just like that joke quite a lot. But yeah, shorter video. I think it's really good. I think it met its potential for sure, which is always the goal, as I said. You like the implication that he actually kicks a PC for real IT problems as well? Yeah, I mean, sometimes that works. Bang your fist on it till the hands move. Make a broken clock work a bunch of times a day.
We don't fix broken clocks. I'm an IT worker.
Anyway, yeah. Very fun game. Very fun video to make. I think it's very neat. You know, without watching the entire video back on stream right now, I won't give you all the examples, but a lot of the things in the opening montage come up later. Like, for example, they call him to fix this door that's cutting people in half, and he says it's a bad design, and then it, you know, cuts the zombie in half to save him, and, oh, it's pretty good design. There's other things that come up again as well. I'm trying to... Oh yeah, like the anatomy, that's one that comes up a few times. That like they have a really... Oh, can you fix our understanding of human anatomy? And I also like the resolution that actually, you know...
Computers do have a virus? But that doesn't mean it's connected to the other stuff that's...
Find the illness and illness trait. Oh, find the owie and owie trait. Look up human body defaults from library.
The virus...
Oh. Illness, turn into zombie. From evil library. Like, the problem is, it was actually an IT problem. That their automated treatment machines in the med bay had the wrong idea of what to make humans, and so they turned humans into zombies. It was an IT problem the whole time. I like that as well. Yeah, it's a good video. I like it. I think it's funny. I think it's neat. And I think it's the perfect size for what it is. Then, Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2. Going back here. This is the video that, like, when I was planning Zombie Apoctober, I knew I was going to make a video on Resident Evil 2. I knew it was going to be huge. Initial plan to circumvent that, make a video that's mostly live commentary on Left 4 Dead 2. 2025, I decide to do Zombie Apoctober. Uh-oh, I don't have any, like, online entertainer friends that I can play Left 4 Dead 2 with. No one like talks to Chimney. But people talk to Chimney, but no, like online, no. So I can't do the Left 4 Dead one. I'll just prepare the full video before the month starts. Oops, I didn't do that. It's okay, I'll have it for the 24th. Oops, I only finished the script and did the voice acting on the 28th. Managed to somehow do all the other steps. I didn't sleep, like, at all. Got it done for, like, the evening of the 30th. That Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 is one of my best videos ever. You laughed so many times out loud through it. Thank God. I'm really glad. I think it's a great video. I really like it. I think it has at least like 5 or 6 home runs in it, personally. I think Resident Evil 2, this video, I think it's one of my videos with the most broad appeal. And what I mean by that is probably obvious, but I'll clarify it anyway, because I'm Chimney and I'm verbose. I think this video on Project Zomboid is, you know, if 100 random people watched it, I think like 95 of them would like it, but probably like, I don't know, a much smaller number than that would really, like, resonate with it. Because it's weird, right? It's a little, like, strange, and it's very Chimney. This Resident Evil 2 video, I think, has a more broad appeal. You know, it more closely follows the actual in-game story, which is something I want to talk about, because it's one of the big challenges of this video, and I'll get into that. But I think it, in general, is more, like, accessible, I guess, to someone who's never seen a Chimney video before. As well as being good for people who have seen a bunch of Chimney videos. So something I want to talk about is the prescriptive visuals and the problems that causes. I'll give a mild warning. As I mentioned at the start of the video, I put this in here because I was just like, hey, most of my videos don't have this kind of thing. So I do want to just have like a little warning that there is like in-game violence and realistic-ish gore. There's also just going to be, as I go through this video, I know probably no one watching this cares, but just in case, I'll give you that warning, and I'll also try to, like, let you know ahead of time when it's about to happen on screen, just in case. Because, like, when my mother watched this video as well, she was like, ooh, it's very violent, game, you know. So, prescriptive visuals, what I mean by that, some games are really easy, really malleable, and I can turn them into anything. Dead Rising is a good example of that. Because what's happening in this scene, right? It doesn't matter what's happening in the game, what's happening visually in this scene. Because that's all that matters to me, in terms of making a Chimney video, is what visuals the game provides me with. The writing, I will do. The gameplay probably won't feature. If it's good, it's nice for me while I'm getting the footage, but it's not crucial. All I need from the game is visuals. So what's happening in this scene? 2 people are standing across from each other, and they're talking. And there's about 1.5 minutes of different clips of them looking at each other, standing in the same places, talking. In this security room, there's, if I can randomly get to a clip where they're in the security room. Yeah. There's like a bunch of scenes where the characters are around the security room talking to each other. We're in the same room, our mouths are moving, we're talking. I can turn that into anything. I can make that anything I want. And, you know, the game is still a little prescriptive with the fact that, like, hey, look, you need to mention that there are zombies, right? Because that's like what's happening in the game. Of course, now I'm jumping through only to clips where there are human beings. But there are a lot of zombies in the game. Most of the scenes, like, have zombies in them. If you weren't including the zombies, it would just be characters talking, and sure, you could turn that into anything, but you're kind of wasting the potential of the game by excluding all the scenes with zombies. So it is slightly prescriptive in terms of video theme, it needs to have zombies, but in terms of what's happening in these scenes, could be goddamn anything. That is not the case at all for Resident Evil 2. It is one of the most prescriptive visual games I've ever made a video on. It's probably not the most, but it's one of, for sure. And I'll give you an example. What is happening in this scene? Leon lifts the grate, grabs the guy's hands, starts pulling him out. Little video game gore warning, by the way. The guy is cut in half, and then Leon pulls him through, and he's dead. It's all one take, it's all one camera angle, and most importantly, it's all sequential. Because in a scene like this, all of these different clips of these characters talking, I can put them in any order I want. I can have this clip of Brad talking, which actually took place before that clip of that reaction shot, and then this clip, which is much later in the scene, I put it right after, instead of later. I can mix around the order, I can repeat clips, I can do all these tricks to make the scene work. In a scene like this, where it's all sequential and prescriptive, I can't. Because I can't cut to Leon talking to the guy on the ground as half a body, and then cut back to him pulling him through the door, and then cut back to Leon opening the door. It's all out of order. It all doesn't make sense. So this scene specifically, small video game gore warning, guys, prepare to be cut in half again, all needs to be played through in order. And there's no real way of getting around that. And a lot of the scenes are like that, where it's... Not all of them, so like this phone call is an example where there weren't many scenes. There's only actually 2 angles of this guy talking on the phone, and there's a handful of Claire. But because I at least have 2 different scenes of these characters, the phone call I could do whatever I want with. I can make them say anything, I can make it go in any order. But a lot of the scenes are very sequential, Here's this guy, he points a gun. Ada is not there. Ada comes in, she's pointing a gun, and then, they lower their guns. You can't as easily cut the clips together as, you would be able to in other scenes. And it's not just to do with, events happening. Like, for example, open door, grab guy's arms, drag through door, he is cut in half. You can't mess with the order of that. That's true. But there are other things where, movement plays a role. So, for example, in this scene, Annette is on the bed, then she's standing up by the monitor, then she's lying on the floor. And you kind of need to treat those as 3 different segments. So you can play a few different clips of her on the bed, and then you can play a few different clips of her by the screens, and then you can play a few different clips of her on the floor as 3 different segments, but you can't really mingle them as easily. I don't want to have... She's on the floor lying down, and then she's standing up in the next shot, and then she's on the floor lying down, and then she's standing up. You can do a little bit of that. Like, for example, Frank and Isabella in these laptop scenes, where they're standing sort of changes. So, like, Frank's standing behind her, and then he's next to her, and then I think later the scene he's going to be on the left side of her, but it's all, like, reasonable, believable, you know? Going from lying on the floor to standing up to lying on the floor to standing up, you can't do that as easily. So when there's a lot of movement, that's also something that needs to be considered, you know? And another example, if I just find a scene. I want to find, like, quite a good example that really solidly... I think there's an Ada one I'm looking for in particular. Well, like, I guess here's one, is, like... Here's, like, a maybe 25-second scene of Claire talking to Sherry up the ladder. And my version of this scene is, like, 2 minutes. And there are clips earlier of Claire talking to Sherry through this cabinet. And if I was mixing the two of them, I wouldn't have to repeat clips as often. But it doesn't really make sense for the geometry for Claire to go, hey, I'm crouched down looking at you through a cabinet, cut to I'm looking up at you down a ladder, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth in the same scene. So those are in two different scenes, separated by a little bit of, like, a zombie fight. So that's kind of prescriptive. And I have a bunch of tricks for it where, you know, another example of movement. Here's a good one. Marvin saves Leon, and he's standing. Leon's on the floor. He helps Leon up. Now you can't go back to Leon being on the floor. Or you could do it maybe once. You could get away with it. But you can't go, now back to Leon on the floor talking. Now back to Marvin and them standing up talking. Now back to on the floor talking. You can't do that. Right? You can cut ahead to when he's in uniform. That's fine. But if it's implied to be scenes with no gaps between them, you need to be aware of, like, the movement of the characters and stuff. And so it's a really prescriptive game in terms of visuals. Things need to, like, happen in a specific order or be grouped together, if not in a specific order. And so because of that, it presented a lot of challenges for putting the visuals together. And also, the video itself is, like, you know, Halo Undead has very little to do with Halo 2. The Dead Space video has nothing to do with Dead Space at all. The Resident Evil 2 video, you could probably, like, if you read the script without looking at the visuals, you would probably be able to be like, oh, that's a bit like Resident Evil 2. Whereas that's, like, not the case for some of my other videos. And I think, you know, again, having videos feel different, I think it's good sometimes to have that, just to like, throw, you know, have things be a bit different. Like, if Portal 2 was written by a moron is another example of a video that's like, yeah, that's sort of close to the actual story of the game. Halo the Ghost is sort of close to the actual story of the actual game. And then something like Batman Isolated Crime Fighter, not at all. Well, I mean, there are a couple of similarities, not many. Like, you know, they're both Batman in a city of criminals. But that's it. In terms of, like, actual plot, that's it. And, like, events of the video, that's it. And there are a few videos like that are, like, nothing at all to do, you know, no robots is nothing at all to do with Mega Man Legends. And this video is quite a bit to do with Resident Evil 2. And the prescriptive visuals made it quite difficult. I have a bunch of tricks I do when I'm making videos. For example, like... let's see if I can find a good example. I think talking to Ada the first time is a good example. Oh yeah, here's another one. Like, Leon is on the ground. When he stands up, you can't play clips of him on the ground anymore. Because that would be weird. So it's really, like, you can group clips together, but it's not like here where all the scenes of this cutscene can go in any order and it's fine because it's just two people standing talking. There's a lot more movement and there's a lot of, like, sequential events that make it difficult to put the visuals together in a way that works. But I do have a bunch of tricks that make it easier, I suppose. Easier, not easier for me, but easier on a viewer. Because the fact is, because of how prescriptive these visuals are, sometimes it's like, I have 20 seconds of clips from the game, and I need to make it work over a minute and a half of an actual scene in my video. And so, you know, you'll see, and I've talked about this before with, like, Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America. I've played an example. But a big trick is, you know, speeding it up, slowing it down, reversing it, freeze framing it, basically to, like, mask repeated clips. Watching it on mute, you'll be noticing probably a lot of repeated clips. But if you were watching it, like, in the audio, it's kind of masked and it's good, and that's a way I stretch across. Here's something that's interesting. I'm going to open up my Resident Evil 2 editing file. You won't be able to see this, unfortunately. I've tried to capture my editing software before, and it doesn't work for some reason. But I'm going to play you the audio of one of the... You know, actually, I wonder if... I'll try to sync it up. It probably won't be perfectly synced, but I'll try to sync it up. Let me play you the audio of Leon meeting Ada. Like the actual in-game audio. Not the, not the my voice acting audio. Okay, 1046. Okay, wait. Okay, I'll try to sync it up. It's not going to be perfect, but, like, in terms of the cuts and stuff. But so this is the game audio. It'll be missing in some scenes, but
Stay sharp. Lower it. FBI. Surprised you made it.
Your help. What's that?
Surprised you made it this far. Surprised you made it this far.
Sorry.
That information's classified.
Where you going? Oh, where you?
Do yourself a favor. Stop.
Oh.
so that's one example. I'll give you another example because I find these interesting. Let's do Claire on the phone to the chief. Well, that's what, you know, he's not the chief of police in the actual video, but that's what he is here. And again, I'll try to sync this up roughly right.
What do you...
I swear, you bastard.
For now.
Waste my fucking time.
For now.
I swear, you bastard, if you hurt her.
So I'm actually, I think this might be really quiet for you. I'm going to turn it up a bit. 1744. Okay, I'll let that play while I just boost the audio here. And I'm doing this because I think hearing the actual audio of the gameplay makes it easy to tell when clips are like reused, and I just think it's an interesting way to see how the splices are and how like when the clips are like repeated and stuff. Okay, and oh, hang on, it did like the delay a second before it plays.
What do you...
I swear, you bastard.
For now.
Waste my fucking time.
For now.
I swear, you bastard, if you hurt her.
For now.
Hello?
Good to see you again, Claire.
Sherry all right? Pendant. What do you need it for?
I swear, you bastard, if you...
For now.
Fucking time.
For now. Why?
Where are you?
I swear...
For now. Why on earth?
What are you talking about?
Don't...
I swear, you bastard.
For now.
Her. Fine. Where are you?
The orphanage.
I swear, you bastard.
For now. Why on earth?
Waste my fucking time.
What are you talking about?
Don't waste my fucking time.
Fingers had wheels.
Why on earth?
They're Irish.
In your sleep.
Sherry dies.
So you can see how it's like, and then if you watch that scene with the actual audio,
Damn, so this doomed. He took Sherry from covered in zombies. Trying to call up a serious middle landline somewhere in this old
you
building.
don't
I might be
feel
able to-
the repeated clips as much. You could hear there how often I do often have to repeat these clips, but you don't feel it as much when you actually
Call
watch
them
the scene,
Figure out where she's been.
which is the
taken to.
goal, with these limited visuals.
Hello?
Aw, damn it.
I'm sort of in the middle of something, but when I saw that this call was coming from the police, it seemed urgent.
Look, dude, this is Claire. I'm the woman you took Sherry from.
Impersonating a police officer is a serious crime. I'm going to report you. Hello, police.
It's still me.
Oh, I was trying to call the police.
Bro, you're kidnapping a child. Come on, us non-zombies need to work together. Whoever Annette is, we can all go see her.
No.
This place is covered in zombies. Why wouldn't you want to work with me here?
Yes, that is a problem. We're going to have to blow up the city.
What?
I said we're going to have to make sure everybody's safe.
That's not what I heard.
Obviously, you said what? Mishearing is implied.
I think I heard exactly what you said.
Then why did you say what?
This is an awful conversation. You're awful to talk to.
Moron stupid idiot says what?
I'm not gonna say that.
What?
Listen, just bring Sherry back. We can all find a way out of the city. You can even come with us.
That's not going to happen. And if you come anywhere near me and the girl, I'll kill you both.
Well, that's not fair. I don't even know where you are. How am I supposed to stay away if I don't know where I'm staying away from?
You're right. I'm delivering her to the secret lab underneath the sewer. Don't come anywhere near the secret lab underneath the sewer.
Got it.
So yeah, you don't really feel the repeats as much, and like the, you know, when I have so when I have so little visuals to work with, I am having to repeat clips over and over and over again, and reverse them and speed them up and slow them down. But I try to space them in a way where you just don't feel it as much. I'll give you one more example. I'll go 15. What is this?
It's just
1547. Okay. Small gore warning. I think you're going to see a guy with an eye popped out of his head, just in case that's something you want to look away from. I'll tell you, it'll be safe to look in a second. Oh, hang on. Let me boost the audio. I haven't boosted it here. Okay. Safe to look, and let's try to sync this up.
It's just
Who is that?
me. Put that thing away.
Maywen,
It's me. So you can.
I don't even know what happened. It just happened so quick. You knew him? Maywen,
I told you to get out of here.
so what he said was true?
You wouldn't want to end up like Ben, would you?
He was an informant. Had information of use.
So what he said was true?
She said. She from that. You wouldn't want to end up like Ben, would you? Find a way out.
I'm Leon Kennan.
Find a way out, Leon.
Name.
I told you to get out of here. You wouldn't want to end up like Ben, would you? He was an informant. Find a way out, Leon. Before it's too late. Then we'll talk. Name's Ada.
So yeah, you can see just how often I am having to reuse stuff. And it's not just because of the limited things I have, it's also going back to that segment talk of, like, for example, oh, sorry, I should have, no warning there. The segment of Ada walking up. Once she has arrived, I can't use the clip of her walking up anymore. But I have a very limited amount of clips to fill this scene with. So let me, like, get the most out of that segment. Let me make that segment as long as possible, you know? So there's like, oh yeah, there's like a little overlap. Her walking up, cut to Leon, cut back to her walking up, but there's like a little bit of overlap with the end of the first clip and the start of the second clip. Just to get, like, the most time out of it. And then the speed ups and slowdowns, that's normally a lip sync thing. How much I bother making the lip sync match is dependent on what the game gives me and how possible and realistic it is to make the lip sync match. But I normally at least try to have it roughly match. And that's what the speed ups and slowdowns are for. And then also, if a character, if their mouth isn't moving at all, but I need them to talk, like Claire on the phone, a lot of it was just her listening. She wasn't talking. But I can kind of get around that a bit with zooms. If I, like, zoom in on her face in time with her words.
Sherry from.
Hello?
Aw, damn it.
I'm sort of in the middle of something, but when I saw that this call was coming from the police, it seemed urgent.
Look, dude, this is Claire. I'm the woman you took Sherry from.
Impersonating a police
You can see, like, the
officer is a
zooms kind of
serious crime.
just help with the
I'm
fact her
going to
lips aren't
report
moving.
you.
Covered in zombies. Why wouldn't you want to work with me here?
Yes, that is a problem. We're going to have to blow up the city.
What?
I said we're going to have to make sure everybody's safe.
That's not what I heard.
Obviously, you said what? Mishearing is implied.
I think I heard exactly what you said.
Then
Yeah, so anyway, there's just some information on some, like, tricks I do to make visuals work in these videos. And some of the hurdles and barriers that some games provide with their visuals. And this one provided a lot of them. It was a real difficult... I can't believe I managed to get this video done in the amount of time I did. I mean, I was working on it, like, non-stop. I think from, like, the 28th of October to the 1st of November, I might have only had, like, 6 hours of sleep across all that time. I crashed hard, like yesterday. I was going to say last night, but it was the whole day. But I managed to make it work, and I'm very glad. I think it's a good video. The visuals are tricky. There was something, I feel like I'm repeating myself a bit here, because I feel like there was something, I had a thought of, like, one extra clarification I wanted to add to that talk about the visuals. But I'm not sure what it is. Sorry, I'm going to repeat myself one more time just to make sure. prescriptive visuals based on character movement within scenes and based on scenes that have to happen in a specific order for them to make sense. So with character movement, you get grouped clumps of clips that can be used together, and with specific order, sometimes it has to be played sequentially, and I can't do my normal tricks of, like, intercutting. And so because of that, I do slowdowns, speed-ups, freeze frames, reverses, to hide, to make it less obvious that you're watching the same clip, you're watching, like, the same 20 seconds for 2 minutes. I don't remember, what video was that? Oh, I know, the last Batman video, Batman Isolated Crime Fighter. I did a fantastic job with the scenes. Thank you, Maximilian. Batman Isolated Crime Fighter. The worst case I've ever had. Now, this wasn't prescriptive visuals. This was, which is the problem with Resident Evil I was talking about. The problem with this scene is limited visuals. I think this is the worst I've ever had to deal with in a scene. I think it's a 2.5 minute scene that I had 18 seconds of cutscene to use and to spread across it. And it's when Batman's talking to Catwoman here. Actually, I forgot. This scene happens twice because Catwoman's important in this video, and she's like, there's no other scenes where Batman talks to her pretty much. So I forgot he, like, comes back to her later. But this scene is a real example of, like, limited ass visuals. And you can tell, here's a little thing of, again, the segment when Catwoman's standing on here. I use it for as long as I can. I repeat a few clips for as long as I can because I know once she jumps down, I'm gonna only be limited to using the clips of her on the ground. So I have her on the roof for as long, on the thing for as long as possible. I think some of these clips she's actually on the floor, but they're plausible enough that you could believe she's on the platform still, because it's just, like, zoomed in on her so you can't tell. And now she jumps down because I'm like, okay, I've been there for a while, and now I can only use the clips of her on the ground. There's, like, 2 clips of Batman talking in this entire scene. There's that one of him turning around, and there's the one of him, like, nodding his head. You can look at how much these are repeating. When you're actually watching this scene, you don't really feel it. But this is the worst I've ever had to deal with of, like, dude, this is 2.5 minutes. I got 18 seconds, and I gotta stretch it across in a way where, like, viewers aren't getting annoyed. And you can see with, like, repeats, but also mixed with zooms and slowdowns and reverses. If you have the actual audio, you don't feel it as badly.
For them, do that for a while.
I see.
I was probably about to be asked to steal from another gang before you came in.
Are you not good at stealing?
Hey, I'm great at stealing. Bad stuff just happens to me, all out of my control.
Okay. Why?
Oh god, you have no idea. Dressing up as a black cat turns out terrible for my luck. I've been tripping over things that aren't even there. I just get this pain and my legs lock up.
Your calves are cramping from potassium deficiency.
And
Like, the scene is just normal if you're watching it, but that's a really solid example of, like, taking a super limited visuals scene and being like, well, in my video, these 2 characters talk for an extended period of time. I gotta make this work somehow. And yeah, and again, just coming back here to the segment again, like, once Claire climbs the ladder, now I'm only using the gameplay clips where they're next to each other. So I use the cutscene of her on a different level for as long as possible, and then once I feel like it's, not overstayed its welcome, but it's, like, getting close to that, then I go on to the next segment, which is a really limited segment, but the scene doesn't have much time left in it anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, the big, long rant explanation, but I think it's good because that kind of covers my bases for a lot of these videos. Like, now I don't need to talk about the process of adapting in-game visuals to videos again later for a different video. At least not as long. I can just give the gist and then point back to this stream VOD for someone to watch. My voice is so dead, by the way. I don't know why. It's been dead this whole stream. At the start of the stream, I was like, damn, I sound really tired. I think it's the heat, actually. It's boiling hot inside and outside right now. I think the heat dries out my voice and makes me sound weird. Because this is not my voice. You know, those who know skull emoji, this is not what Chimney sounds like. Except, like, 60% of the time he's streaming, which is unfortunate because, like, sample size, maybe this is what you think I sound like, but it's not. Yeah, so that long rant on the visual component and the problems this video in particular provided. Now we can talk about the actual video itself. I spent a long time on the sound effects of this video, actually. Going through and, like, adding them in. Just, like, a lot of small details, like,
I guess I took it off, sir.
Well, if the zombies tore you...
the hands connecting, and, like, gun reloading clicks and stuff, and, like, people landing on the floor from a jump. I felt like because this video did have broad appeal, and it's on a popular game, I was like, there's a chance that this video gets seen by people who are not familiar with my stuff. And maybe, like, having kind of immersive sound effects would make the difference. And again, you know, that's the kind of thing I like to do when I'm able to. So, in the same way, if a game provides an opportunity for me to do a decent lip sync in a scene, I will try to do a decent lip sync in that scene. If a game feels kind of cinematic and immersive and movie-like, I like to really go all out with the sound effects. So, you know, the Batman videos would be another example of me doing that. And also another example of my visual thing. In this cutscene, there are 2 clips of Cortana and this one clip of Master Chief for this entire conversation. But by using speed-ups and slowdowns and freeze frames and reverses and, most crucially of all, zooms, you don't feel it as badly. But look, pay attention. I'll play the scene with audio. Every single time the camera is on Doug Maestro, it is the same clip.
To hear about what happened to your sister's head.
Not as sorry as I am.
Ah, it's a ghost.
This clip, every time.
Hey, Joyce, I'm sorry about what happened to your head.
Shut up, Doug.
Come on, being a ghost's gotta be at least a little cool, right?
Being a ghost is not cool, Doug. I'm dead.
Sure, but you get to dodge our predisposition to heart disease.
We don't have a predisposition to heart disease.
Yeah, we do. How did you not know that? Our doctor constantly tells me I have a bad heart.
She never said that to me. Are you sure she wasn't being metaphorical?
Okay, well, you're literally brainless and heartless, so shut up.
I thought you were comforting me.
I swapped sides. Sorry, to be clear, that's a ghost. Yes, it's the ghost of my dead twin sister. Did you hear about what happened to her head? The Orpheus suits have a digital chip.
The actual version of that scene, he only turns his head once. He's looking at her, and then he turns to Johnson.
Clear,
and then it cuts to the next clip. That's the whole clip. And when it's pointed out to you and you're paying attention, you can notice it, but when you're watching it just as a viewer, you don't feel it, which is what's really important to me, is that you don't, like, feel that it's just being stretched over and over, you know, and, like, dude, show me something different. I got really good at this stuff. Thank you. I've had a lot of practice at masking that kind of thing. Yeah, so I think that's most of the technical stuff. I think now we can talk about the jokes of Resident Evil 2, which there are a few. I mean, I don't want to just go through and, like, here's a highlight reel, remember every single joke of this video, but I think there are at least a couple I want to touch on. I don't think there are as many hidden details in this one. You know, like I mentioned in Hot Off the Presses, there's a bunch of, you know, sneaky lines, and I gave you examples of, like, hot-blooded, cold-blooded, so on. And in here, there's the themes of, you know, Joyce and the disability allegory. I don't think there's anything you might not have picked up on in this video. I think it's relatively straightforward in terms of plot. Well, there is one thing, and I see your message, Root to Iris. I'll read that in a sec. There is one thing, which is,
Watch it.
Oh, yeah.
So, Ada is, of course, not an FBI agent. She's pretending to be an FBI agent, just like Leon is pretending to be a police officer. They both met a person who died, and then they got roped into, you know, pretending to be that person.
I thought it was dead. Who are you?
I'm Fabai. I'm with the ADA.
It's nice to meet you, Fabai.
No, I'm Ada. I'm with the FBI.
So that's sort of funny, but that's also, like, you know, somewhat of a hint. It's kind of only a retrospective hint. You couldn't have used that to figure out she wasn't an FBI agent, but in retrospect, that's kind of funny. And then there is an actual hint.
What's a report?
That's really not good.
What's the probably stick together?
Big Can it talk?
Yeah, but it doesn't say much.
The prime zombie is here. That's not good. That's really not good.
What's the prime zombie?
I saw it kill someone. Look, if it's here,
So that's, you know, she saw it kill the actual Ada. And then there's also, like,
Ada?
Tell you what.
the conversation about...
no,
FBI, huh? Must be pretty cool.
I guess
Is it not cool?
it's fine.
Are you worried your bosses will hear you if you say it sucks?
No, that's not what this is.
You know, doesn't know about... Like, she's like, oh, what's it like to be in the FBI? Yeah, it's fine, I guess. You know, she's not in the FBI. With my old videos, you got the vibe that my stuff's kind of like YouTube poops, but with actual stories and funny. But you completely forgot you ever thought about it that way. Oh, I'm glad. How... When did you get here, Root to Iris? What, when you say my old videos... I'm trying to just get, like, an internal reference of what my old video is for you. Is that, like... I think you've been here at least since, like, near the start of Pokemon, right? Do you remember what your first video was? Were you here for Darkest Dungeon? I think you might have been. Anyway, it sort of depends as well on what the game provides visually. So, you know, I was saying, for example, this game, you got here from my Black Abridged stuff, but then you watched all my stuff. So you meant stuff after Darkest Dungeon. Okay. You know, this is a game that has no cutscenes, so it has limited visuals, but I do what I can. I really feel like I met the potential of it. BioShock Mr. Meanwhile is another example of that. But I do think, even way back, like the first Buckwheat Grayson video, I think I was doing a decent job of this. Let's just watch this random clip.
Harpoons. Could one of his attempted quarries have finally decided to take revenge? No. That was all for inside the... What the inspector when we arrested him, and I bravely apprehended him. I just need to look at one lead. Out of town, you wouldn't know it. Really? Really. I'm that good. Would you mind if I joined you? I'm quite interested to know how this case might end. You would be welcome.
So that's the same. That's the same one word, forward, backward, forward. By the way,
quite interested to know how this case.
In case you didn't pick that up,
you would be welcome to join me, Mr. Watson.
So you can see I've kind of been doing it for a very long time because this is one of my first ever videos. But, you know, it's definitely something I've massively improved on. I mean, if we go to Buckwheat Grayson Goes to America, which is still, like, a while ago, and we go to a scene where two characters are talking. This is a good video.
Come on, say something.
Come on, say something.
Come on, say...
Hey, no, say something original.
Say something original, me.
Not cool. Not cool.
Not cool, me.
Why did you do it, Hominy? You were a good detective.
And, yeah. So you can kind of see I've been doing it for a while, but I've definitely gotten better at it and also gotten much faster at it. The workflow is like Resident Evil 2. Sure, it was like a full-on thing to get it done in terms, like, get the visuals done in the time I did. But, I mean, 2023 Chimney would not at all have been able to make that. At all. I'm much faster now. Yeah, I'm just looking through old stuff. Star Citizen is another one that, like, didn't really provide visuals. But I made it, you know, I did what I could with it. I just think it's really interesting. A lot of videos, there are similarities in the processes, but a lot of videos are kind of like their own unique beast to tackle. And I can't just, like, I don't really have a set process that works on every video. I mean, case in point, Project Zomboid, this is one that I went into with the script written, you know? I fully wrote the script, and then I went in to get visuals to fit the script, rather than recording the game and then coming up with script to fit the visuals. I was, you know, here I knew exactly what I needed, and then I went and I got it. So it's like, okay, in character creation, I'll make a young version of Winston Prizes and a game show host, and then I'll get clips of him walking around and, like, reacting to the zombies, and I'll get clips of him talking at the gate to the people keeping him in Hawaii. Like, every video kind of has its own unique blend of processes, and there are repeated steps, and there are lessons I learn that can be applied to future videos, but no two videos are really the exact same process, because it's so dependent on what visuals the game provides, really. Like, do I go into... Project Zomboid I went into with a full script because I knew the game wouldn't really be giving me anything, right? Like, playing Dead Space, it's like, oh, okay, I'm playing this, I take a note that there's a slamming door, and I note down that, like, oh, he could be here to fix... I went into it with the idea of him being an IT worker, but I didn't really have more than that. And so it's like, oh, this is something I could do, and then, you know, through playing the game and collecting notes on stuff, I was like, I could open with a montage of him being called out to fix things that he can't fix. And I'm coming up with the whole video as I play. And it's like, oh, here's a guy, he could think it's a mirror instead of a window, and he's asking to fix it. Whereas here, it's much more like, do what you want. Another example of that is... Actually, one of my other Halloween specials, The Invention of Possession. That's another one that I went into with a full script. And I was just like, hey, I'm going to go to this game. Dude, this place used to be so clean. It's really gotten messy over the past couple months. Really the last month. But, you know, I haven't vacuumed for a little bit before Zombie Apoctober either. I went into this game with the full script, just being like, okay, let me make the visuals work. And here it wasn't... In Zomboid, it was because I knew Zomboid wouldn't provide me anything. Here it was because I made the script, I liked the script, and I was like, what game could possibly fit the script? And I was like, Kingdom Come Deliverance, I think, would fit the script of, like, a ghost possessing a priest. I think I could make that work. I could wear priest clothes. But, you know, first I looked, I went on Steam and I looked up, like, priest game, priest simulator to see if anything would give me good visuals. But there wasn't really, nothing came up that I liked. I looked at a few different games and none of them would have matched. But this is another one. I went in with a full script and was playing to record visuals, not to note visuals, so that I could put together a script that made the best use of them. But yeah. I guess, like, I keep saying I'm gonna go talk about these jokes now, and then I don't. Okay, I'll point out, like, 2 of them, because I love these jokes. I'll point out one of them, actually, because the other one, in case someone's watching this VOD without having seen the video, I don't actually want to spoil it. Because I think it's amazing. This joke I will just show. I like it a lot.
Someone. Look, if it's here, we need to come up with a plan. Can I count on you?
Of course.
6. There are 6 ways we can get out of this city alive.
Alright.
I love that joke. Very happy with it. It's also, you know, while I'm doing callbacks to older videos, it's a little like my first Halloween special, the Great Darkwood prank. Man, this place used to be so empty and cleared up. There's one joke in here that it's just like those 2 jokes are reminiscent. I mean, this is, you know... Was this 2022? It was, yeah. So, you know, this is the second Halloween... This is the first Halloween special. We're talking about a video that came out the day before the 4th Halloween special. But, this joke...
Okay, I don't think that guy's coming back. Something feels wrong with this whole place. Almost like it's haunted. Hang on, I need to check the local spirit level. Yeah, inconclusive.
Hello.
So those are the only 2 times in videos I've ever, like, cut to real life. And I'm wearing the same gloves in both of them. So I think that's funny. But...
6. There are 6 ways...
Ada actually you can't see it in these scenes, but she actually does have brown leather gloves on, so it works as well. And also, so does the guy in Darkwood. So, you know, hey... Chimney knows what he's doing. But yeah, I love that joke. I think it's really funny. My favorite joke of the video, you know, those who know skull emoji, is the ending resolution to the dog shooting joke that is like a running joke through the video. The resolution to that joke at the end of the video, I think is perfect. I'm really happy with it. I like it a lot. Oh, also, hold on. 22nd stream of the year. Boom. Right on time, right at the start of the stream. There it is, checked off. We got 3 more to go. And we'll talk about future plans later. For like the rest of the year, because there's stuff, but we'll finish going through these videos. There are probably more jokes I could talk about. Oh, there is one thing. Ooh, good thing I remembered. This is something you may have picked up on. Gore warning. Head's about to be popped, but be ready.
But once you're locked up in here, you're fair game. I'm a reporter. I shouldn't be here.
A reporter? What's a reporter doing in a zombie apocalypse? I'm here to punch wall and breathe and drag arm along wall and crush head and shoot bubble
Well, I guess staff pose.
Ooh. Dear zombies, ground. Except your brother. No. Game card. Why'd you mess? Then you can get them. You can't I'm only one. Any luck finding your guy? Officer doing. That was magazine fed. Did he want a revolver? Huh? What's a police officer doing in a zombie apocalypse? I guess downward dog. Hello?
So Leon is scanning.
That's enough for.
What's a reporter doing in a zombie apocalypse? See the other guy. Apocalypse. You see the other.
Well, I guess staff pose.
Ooh, that guy's not looking.
So yeah, that was planned. As I said, I recorded both of these gameplays before October. Even though I didn't really get much video making progress until much later. But that was a planned joke in my notes of like Frank Lachlan, the reporter, what's a police officer doing in a zombie apocalypse? And then the police officer, Leon S. Kennedy. What's a reporter doing? And I had to like look up yoga poses and like go through a bunch of them to try to find one that it looked, because you know, downward dog for the police officer in Hot Off the Presses, yeah, that fits. This guy's just sitting against a wall. I was like, what? It would be cool if I had a yoga pose. I looked through them all. Staff pose is like the closest one. So he's doing staff pose. I also like, okay, this is a kind of a subtle joke, but the police officer's name is Leon S. Kennedy, like the actual character's name. But whenever he says it, he says Leon S. Kennedy. So let me, 1 second. I'm just opening up the stream so I can type in chat. So he says Leon S. Kennedy. Because this guy said Leon S. Kennedy, and he had Leon S. Kennedy. So anytime he says it out loud, it's like that. Obviously, the police sergeant who knows the actual guy, he says S. Kennedy. But then Ada, who only met Leon S. Kennedy, she says S. Kennedy, because that's how he said it to her. So that's a little thing. And Mr. X, I like his thing with the bubble gum too. There was a process in this video. So if you know Resident Evil 2, you know William Birkin is another like big zombie, and in this video he's the original Prime Zombie. We've talked quite a bit about how I include things and how I make things work. There's just as much a process on how I exclude things. Like, for example, Kent from Hot Off the Presses is just not in that video. And there's a bunch of other things. There's a lot of Arbiter scenes that aren't in the Halo 2 video, like I was telling you. And William Birkin isn't really in this, but there was a process of, like, basically, who gets the bubblegum joke? Who gets the, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. What happened to him? Oh, I guess breathing didn't make the top 2. And then he like keeps coming back and saying, you know, does that go to Mr. X or does that go to Birkin? And it ended up going to Mr. X because the ending where he pops. And Birkin isn't really a big feature in this video. But yeah. Also, you said it a while ago about the count on you joke, Maximilian, but you just mentioning you didn't get that joke till you saw the short. That's another thing, is Zombie Apoctober, I have been, like, on it, dude. I've been posting shorts that link to the full videos that are, like, pretty well made. I've been posting little promo videos to different, like, subreddits and link, like, I've been giving this a real go. And, you know, it's had, I think the videos are great, and I'm always happy to have solid, great videos on my channel. But in terms of, like, numbers, it's kind of like a, yeah, you know. It's possible that, like, you know, maybe they pick up a bunch more later on. But it is, unfortunately, like, another sign to me of, like, maybe just making good things isn't enough, you know? Maybe just making high-quality, funny things that people like isn't enough, and I need to, like, focus more on the promotional aspect. And I did do a decent bit of it this month. But, I don't know, I might need to figure out something more. Because if I want to do something like Zombie Apoctober all the time, you know, like, I guess what I'm basically saying is, like, there is, okay, alright, I'll just do this real quick. Candidly, let me, open up hot off the presses. It's been out the longest. It's 28 minutes. So, you know, it has, like, mid-roll ads and everything. It has made $1 on the dot. Halo 2, 22 minutes. And it's been out for quite a while. It's made $1.42. Australian. All of this is Australian. And, you know, I don't make them to make money. But this kind of upload schedule, or anything even closely resembling it, I can't... It's not something I can really do, because, you know, you have to buy food and pay rent and pay internet and everything. And so that means a decent portion of your life needs to be put towards activities that are profitable. And, you know, since this is not one of those, it means significant amounts of my time need to be put into activities that are not this. Which is fine, but it's just, like, if I wanted to be able to do this kind of thing all the time, which I do, then I would need to figure something out. And you say you hope the hype feature works, Maximilian? It would be cool. I think it probably won't. Just because... So first of all, I think you need, like, an email verified YouTube account in order to hit the hype button, I think. On top of that, you need to be on mobile. On top of that, you need to be on the mobile app. Being on the mobile site won't work. On top of that, you need to know it exists. And on top of that, you have to consciously swipe on the comment box and then hit the button. And I feel like that's just cutting the pie into too many slices in segments, you know? Because how many people are watching on mobile, on the app, logged into an account that is email verified, and they know about the hype feature, and they hit the button? It's just like a percentage of a percentage of a percentage of a percentage. So I don't think that's unfortunately going to be the thing. I don't know what it is. And I want to be really clear. I'm cool with things, you know? I don't want it to come across like I'm at all... As I said at the start of the stream, Zombie Apoctober is, like, I think actually not just some of the most fun, I think it is the most fun I've had making these videos. And I think all of these videos are great. I think they're home runs. I think some of my favorite jokes that have ever been in a video are in these 5 videos. And, you know, the people who saw them really like them. So, what I'm saying is Zombie Apoctober, massive success. don't worry, I'm not, like, stressed, I'm not mournful. It's great. It's just, you know, with the caveat that if this is something I want to be able to continue to do for years and years, and something I want to be able to do regularly, then, you know, I need to figure something out. Especially because, you know, there's kind of selfish reasons, but also to put it in a selfless way, you know, people who do click on these videos like them. You know, they enjoy them. And so it's, if I can figure out a way to get them to be spread to a wider audience, that's for the benefit of the audience. Because they're going to be like, hell yeah, this video is great. I'm glad I got to see it. There are probably a ton of people out there who would love these videos and have a ton of fun with them that just, like, don't have the opportunity to see them. So sure, it would be beneficial for me as well, but I think there's probably at least a few people out there who would benefit from getting to see it too. So I need to figure out a way to get it out to more people. Again, you know, the people who click on them like them. So all it's about is making a title and thumbnail that people want to click on, and then getting them to see the title and thumbnail, getting it to be served to them one way or another. And I've been doing shorts, I've been doing Reddit promos, I've been doing stuff. But I think I need to figure out more things to try so that I can keep doing it, and so that everyone who, you know, in an ideal world, every single person who would watch this video and be like, this was awesome, would be given the opportunity to watch the video. And I don't think that'll ever happen. We'll never hit every single person, you know, but I think increasing the number of people, you know, there are probably hundreds of thousands of people at least who would be like, this is sick. I loved this a lot. And I'd like to get at least like a few of them. Because otherwise they just don't know it's out there. Sorry, that's always hard to talk about, because I don't want it to come across like I'm complaining. It's not a complaint. It's not like a woe is me. It's just like a strategy meeting, I guess. It's like a, hey guys, I'm aware of this, and I'm on it, and I'm thinking about it, and I'm trying to make it work. Because I know you guys as well, you like watching these videos, so you would probably also be like, yeah, it would be great if Chimney could make them more often, you know? It'd be great if 2025 wasn't like a big video drought up until Zombie Apoctober. So, you know, I know we're all on the same side here, but I don't like it to sound like I'm complaining, and I don't like it to sound like I'm disappointed. I'm not, I think that's a really important distinction to make. I am not at all disappointed. I am merely saying, like, I'm hopeful that one day a bunch of people can be seeing this stuff, and I'm trying to figure out ways to make it happen. But I'm not in any way disappointed that it, you know, hasn't happened yet. None of these videos are disappointments. They're all, I like them a lot. And I'm glad you guys have too. One thing I want to talk about, just going back to the visuals again, and prescriptive visuals and limited visuals. Sometimes another limiting factor is things like this rain. Because if I reverse a clip here, the rain will go upwards instead. And I think there are a couple of reverses in here. I think there's about, yeah, there's one. Luckily with that rain, you can't really tell. But in some scenes where there's like steam floating upwards, you can really tell it's floating downwards. And in some other videos, there's like running water and you can really tell it's going upwards. I care about that when I can afford to, but I'm often just like, whatever, the rain can go upwards instead of downwards for like a second and a half. Some people might notice, that's fine, whatever. But when I have enough clips to be able to avoid that, I do avoid it. But, you know, here she's on the radio for 15 seconds. So I need to freeze it, I need to reverse it, I need to intercut it with other things so that I can reuse it. Yeah. And I think that's all to say about this video. I mean, again, we could go into all of the jokes and all of the... I love the character I have for, you know, in quotes, Leon. I love him. I'm really looking forward to his next video in Resident Evil 4. I wrote a bunch of notes on Resident Evil 4 and, like, jokes and plans for it before I wrote anything for Resident Evil 2. Like, last year, I was just thinking about... Well, I think what it was I came up with a funny joke or a funny theme, and then I was like, that's really good. What game could I use that for? And I was like, oh, Resident Evil 4, I think the story of that would work really well with that joke or theme. And so then I just, like, kept adding things. So it's funny, I actually had, I have plans for Resident Evil 4 that are older than any work I've done on Resident Evil 2. You think setting up something like a Ko-Fi might be good for me? You know, some content creators make their main income on Patreon, even if the channels are not super massive. Yeah, I mean, I think something like Patreon is something that might be set up eventually. I think making all my money on ad revenue is, first of all, unrealistic, and second of all, I mean, if you're using the YouTube website, you should practice proper internet safety. You should have an ad blocker on. You know, you need to protect your computer. You should have one on. If you're using, like, the YouTube app or whatever, you know, sure, you'll see a few of them, but I don't want you to, like, be putting your computers at harm so that you see ads on Chimney videos so that I get a bit of, you know. So I think ad revenue is never going to be the way I make the money I buy food with. At least not in its entirety. It can be a component. So a Patreon is something that could be set up eventually. But I don't want to do that. I've mentioned this before briefly, and I don't really like talking about it, so I won't go into it for too long. But I don't want to be accepting money from people unless it would make being able to do this my full-time job. And I think right now the channel is small enough. If I set up a Patreon, you know, a handful of people might join. Let's say like 2, 3, 4, 5 might join. But it would probably be like, I'd probably be making like $15 or $20 a month or something from it, you know, which is not nothing. But the point is I would still need to be dedicating a lot of time to something else to make money for buying food. And I would rather my viewers keep their money unless it is like the difference maker. You know, if it's like, hey guys, if enough of you donate to this Patreon, then I can make videos for you more often, then that's like, okay, there's sort of a deal there. But if it's, hey guys, if you want to donate to this Patreon, it's extra money for me, but videos are still going to be coming out on the same schedule because I'm getting my real money from somewhere else, it's like, you just keep that money for you, you know? Get yourself something good. So it probably will be a Patreon or some similar setup where it's like donation-based, not ad revenue-based, but only once it's at a point where that by opening those donations, it means more videos for people. So, yeah. But yeah, I do want to figure out a way to get more eyes on it, you know, independent of money. Let's not talk about that, because it's always awkward. It's awkward to talk about because at some point in the future, donations probably will be open, and I don't want to be, like, donation baiting. You know, even though right now I have them intentionally turned off, I don't want to... It feels like donation baiting to be like, even though it's like preemptive donation baiting, I guess, to be talking about, you know, not making really like any money off of these videos is like, it feels like it's wink wink nudge nudge, send me a donation, which I don't want to do. Even though it's literally not possible for you to do that right now. But regardless of money, and I don't like talking about that, what? Sorry, I just got a message from a friend. Okay. It's nothing important. But yeah, I do want to, you know, still get more eyes on this, even if it's like, you know, right now I think I'm like, the average video is getting about 200 views-ish, right? So, and then some videos go more than that. Not many videos go less than that, so that's not really the average. But that's like, I guess that's the built-in number. Is that like within 3 days of an upload, it'll have 200, and then sometimes it'll have more. I think I still wouldn't be opening donations even if that number was like, I don't know, like 1,000, you know, like 5 times bigger. If the built-in guarantee was 1,000 views and then some did more, I probably still wouldn't want donations open because I still feel like that's not enough people. You know, if it was 1,000 people on a Patreon, that's insanely huge. But, you know, again, we're talking a segment of a segment of a segment. So regardless of money, I would still like to increase the eyes just because I want, you know, again, my ideal world would be that every single person who could feel joy from watching a chimney video watched a chimney video. Right? In a perfect world, every single person who would like this Resident Evil 2 video would get to see the Resident Evil 2 video. And I feel like in some ways it's like, this is using, you know, a bit extreme language, I suppose. But it's like my responsibility to try to give as many people as possible access to this video. It feels like it's irresponsible to be making something that could be helping someone be happy or be less sad or stay happy. Any of those three, whether it's becoming happy, becoming less sad, or staying happy. It feels irresponsible to make something that could benefit people in that way, and that like, oh, but I don't like doing promotional stuff, so I'm not gonna go out of my way for it. It's like, no, dude, give that to the people who need it. People might like that. People might, you know. So I do want to figure it out. But I'm really not sure what to do. I really thought, and I still kind of think, I think a part of me still thinks that if I just kept making good things for long enough, it would work. And it has worked in the fact that like we have a really good backlog full of videos and a lot of like really positive comments, and the view to like ratio is like insanely high. And I really feel like everyone who watches one of these videos enjoys it pretty much, you know, with exceptions, of course, but it feels like the only hurdle to cross is how do I get these videos presented to people, and how do I make them click on it once it's presented to them? Because once they're watching it, they enjoy it. But I need to figure out a way to get it served to them and then make it such that they click on it when it's served to them. And I don't really know that stuff because I don't know, like, I don't want to like clickbait. I don't really know that stuff. But, you know, I'll keep trying. I'll keep making things. Okay, I think that's most of it before we go on to Project Zomboid. Any questions or anything? Okay, feel free to ask questions, and they can be about anything we've talked about so far, They can be about any of these videos. They can be a comment, not a question, about any of these videos. And we'll also go through them at the end. So if there's anything you want to say about or ask about anything from Zombie Apoctober, let me know. But for now, we'll go into the Project Zomboid discussion. Very fun. I've had this idea for a while. This is, again, you know, I feel like this is such a chimney video. This is what I was talking about when I said... Well, it's not what I was talking about, but it's a good example of what I was talking about when I was saying with Hot Off the Presses how, like, full it is. And it feels like no video that I make is ever, like, one thing. It's never, like, here's the blood type joke, and then a different video, here's the short-armed Miranda joke. There's always, like, a lot of things going on. I love the concept explored in this video. I love the idea of, it's so ridiculous, it's so funny to me, I love it so much. A guy on a game show wins a lifetime trip to Hawaii. And that means for the last 17 years he's been stuck in Hawaii and they won't let him leave because it's a lifetime trip. And there are guards that keep him out, and every time he tries to escape, they force him back in. And so for 17 years, he's been stuck in Hawaii ever since he won the game show and chose a lifetime visit to Hawaii. And then zombies arrive in Hawaii, and so they evacuate all the living, but they still won't let him leave. So he's the only guy left. He's the only dude in Hawaii. It's full of zombies. They've evacuated all the living, but this guy won a game show and he won a lifetime trip to Hawaii, and so the guards are just keeping him stuck inside Hawaii even though no one else is left in there. And they just won't let him leave. I think it's so funny. I like it so much. I also, I think it's quite a creative solution for the guy talking to him through the fence, because obviously that's not a visual the game provided. I wasn't sure how I was going to accomplish that. Quite often when I make these videos, I write down what I want to happen in the video, and I don't know how I'm going to make it work. That happens all the time in Pokemon. In Pokemon Black, I will, like, very frequently say that I want a specific interaction between two characters, and I have no idea how I'm going to accomplish it. And then I just, like, that's my job in the video making phase, is, like, accomplish it. Accomplish a way for that to be done. And, you know, I just clicked on a random Pokemon episode and found one example. There are others, you know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know how he's gonna, like, pass a letter to her. She's gonna pull it out. Those are small examples. You know, Bianca in her room. When I first did that, I didn't know what that was gonna look like. Aiden's head dripping blood. I didn't know exactly how I was gonna do that. Yeah, quite often I know what I want to accomplish and I just have to figure out a way to do it. And I think that was a cool little solution, especially because I was on such a tight time limit. If I had, like, 7 more days to work on this video, I might have made a different solution. But this video, I was rendering it, like, 30 minutes before the end of Halloween in my time zone. And unfortunately, my computer had problems and it froze on the render. It was using like 100% CPU and it took like over an hour to render. Despite the fact it's like 8 minutes long and 1.46 gigabytes big, it took ages to render. And so what that means is, even though it was uploaded on Halloween in most of the world, in my time zone, the YouTube description says November 1st, not October 31st. But the video was done on October 31st, and if it didn't take bloody ages to render, it probably would have just barely been able to go up in time. I still count it as a win. You can't, you know, listen, if your computer refusing to render something happens, whatever. That happens. By my metrics, this is a Halloween special. It works. And I like it a lot. I don't know how much there is to say about it beyond that, other than, like, going into specific jokes. I guess one thing to say is Project Zomboid, really fun. I'd never played it before. And I still haven't really played it, because I went into it, you know, I recorded this on Halloween too. I was recording this on October 31st. I played it for like 2.5 hours. As I said, I had the full script, and so it was just about getting the visuals that I knew I was wanting. You know, I had a full list of exactly what I needed to get, and I collected them from playing. So I still haven't really played it pure, as in I haven't, like, played it as a game, you know, I've only played it as a means of gathering specific visuals. But it was really fun, and I want to play it more. And it's something I might stream at some point. Probably only next year if I do. Or later. But it's definitely something that's, like, in the back of my mind paused, gonna be unpaused at some point. Just like Dishonored 2 was paused for like 6 years before I finally played it. And same for like Titanfall 2. Sometimes it's like that game either looks really fun or I've played a bit of it and it is really fun. Pause, I'll hit resume later. And this is definitely one that's going to get resumed. But yeah, very fun. And I think that's... Oh, I guess talk about the ending of the video. I like the ending. I think it's funny. I had like 3 different possible endings. One is that he gets turned into a zombie, and the guy's like, "Oh yeah, you can come out here!" Ah! And he's like, is getting eaten, and it's just like a brainless, shambling zombie, not a talking zombie. You know, he's just like, "Bruh, bruh. Oh yeah, your lifetime ended. Come out now." Rah! But I was like, yeah, that's kind of a bit base, you know. It's sort of funny, but it's whatever. Another idea... what was the other idea? Hold on, I can see. Project Zomboid. Where are you? Early draft script. Oh, is the other one... So the actual ending of the video is, you know, he gets turned into a zombie, and the guy's like, "Did anyone see your lifetime end? Because otherwise, I'm not just going to take your word for it," and he just, like, silently walks back, and is like, "Alright, whatever, I guess I'm going to be a zombie in Hawaii forever now." And then there was another version that was just, like, a different dialogue after being told no. That I liked. But, sorry, that I liked this more. I liked the silent one more. Also, it's funny, I'm remembering this. I'll tell you this as well, because this is good. Here's my footage of Project Zomboid. And Maximilian, you said it a bit ago, but Project Zomboid is fun. I should try Voices of the Void. That's a game I've heard the title of before. I have no idea what it is. I will write it in the Google tab so that I'll look at it later. It's also funny that you say you should try Voices of the Void, even though it's not similar at all. But it's like... Oh yeah, speaking of Project Zomboid. This game's nothing in common with it, but you should give it a go. I just want to show you, because that ending clip, I think it was actually the last thing I recorded. So you can see I'm going to pretend to be a zombie, so I'm like unequipping the pistol and everything. Zombies kept sneaking up on me, and it was so annoying because I didn't want any zombies outside the Hawaii barrier. In-game, this is just a fence, you know, this isn't, can you not see my mouse? Oh, no, you can. This is just a fence. This isn't the edge of Hawaii. This isn't the border of the map. It's just a fence, and I'm claiming it's the edge of Hawaii in the video. But I didn't want any zombies in there, so I had to, like, walk... I had to keep kiting them around. But that ending clip where he walks off... So that was the first take, but I didn't like it. I wanted to do slower walking. Right after the video ends. The clip fades out in the video. This is what happens in the actual game. I bled out like 1 frame after the end of that video. And I did a bunch of lives. I also, at one point, what was the other? It was earlier than that. When he changes his shirt in the mirror and is like, oh, you know, that's kind of like the... Is that right here? I think it is. Yes, so there's a police station like over here on the map. It's like here-ish. And that's where a lot of the Hawaii fence clips were from. I took a shirt from there on this life. And I was like, okay. I was like, first of all, I thought it would be funniest if I could change into a Hawaiian shirt. So I spent a long time, like, exploring around just to see, is there, like, a Hawaiian shirt he could put on when he's looking in the mirror? But I couldn't find that. And at this point, you can see I was, like, in a lot of trouble. And I was like, okay, really fast. I did a lot of exploring, was not able to find a Hawaiian shirt, but I got a police officer shirt. So really fast, I need to run back to the house that I'm pretending is my house and get in there and put this shirt on and look in the mirror so that I have a clip of me looking in the mirror with a different shirt on for that scene in the montage. And I was hurrying back as fast as I could. I was just like, none of this matters. I'm not trying to survive. I just need to get this clip of me with this shirt on. I need to put this shirt on and... Okay, there we go. I did it. Success. So in the actual video, I have to freeze frame it. Because I die, like, immediately after. And the thing is, I had no idea. I was that close to death. Like, if you open up your health menu, you can see your health bar draining. I didn't know. I like made it by like 5 seconds. Hey guys,
Living in Hawaii.
and so you can see it in the actual video at that point when he's trying to figure out different solutions. You can probably see the freeze frame when it happens.
Boo. I could change the way I dress and act. That's kind of like the end of a lifetime. I love being in Hawaii. Nah, it's counterproductive.
You see how it has to freeze frame for that last like second and a half? So I like by the skin of my teeth some of these visuals I managed to get. Also, sorry to any like Miraculous Ladybug fans who watch this.
And having leisure time is just something we should all do. It's nothing to degrade you over. What were you watching?
Miraculous Ladybug.
Oh my god.
I don't really watch TV, but there was a period of time, I think like the first 2 or 3 seasons of Miraculous Ladybug I watched. And I enjoyed watching it. But I enjoyed watching it because I was just like, oh my god, this is so stupid. All these characters are so dumb. I'm having so much fun watching it because it's like, who the hell thought of any of this? And there's like redeeming qualities to it, but they keep like throwing, every time they're on like the cusp of something good, they completely ruin it. If you haven't seen Miraculous Ladybug, I am just begging you to look up the clip where Marinette thinks that Adrian is a wax statue, and so she creepily walks up to him and talks to him and, like, kisses him, and it's the real guy. It is so, like, it's so, like, painful. And I know that's painful on purpose, that scene. But there's a lot of, like, really, like, difficult to watch. I think Miraculous Ladybug is a great show to watch if you are gonna watch it with someone and, like, make fun of it the whole time. I think it's a really fun show to watch, but I think it's a really bad show. But I think it's a great show. And I mean, visually it looks great. The animation looks great. And you'll have fun watching it. But, you know, what were they thinking? Last thing to talk about, I guess, is just I really like this transition.
The game-winning question. Found a farmland large, 100,000.
Congratulations!
Oh my god, I won! I really won! Now, you can take your pick of our prizes. A lifetime supply of 9mm ammunition, or a lifetime trip to Hawaii.
Hawaii!
"17 years ago, I won a lifetime trip to Hawaii.
I that amuses me.
ago, I gave 14 years ago, I gave up trying to escape. They've got the place locked down. Guards at every possible exit, making sure I stay inside.
It's just so ridiculous. I love it. I like, this is a real Chimney video. Like, boiled down the essence of Chimney. And hey, 13th anniversary of 2012 Halloween. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Yeah, I think that is everything I wanted to talk about, really. We went through each video one by one. I gave overarching points about the whole thing. Now that we have gone through every single video one by one, I think it's kind of cool to circle back to a point I made at the start about how all these videos feel very different. They're not at all, you know, because they're all zombie videos, that was something I needed to be careful not to do. But, you know, just looking at the goals, right? The goal of this video is get a cure for the virus. And the first attempt is through Carlito's blood, but then it turns out that doesn't work. But they managed to find another thing. But the goal is... the end goal is make a cure for the blood. This, zombies are present, but the goal is fight the aliens off and make my ghost sister feel better, and also she realizes she's not useless. The goal of this video is just to, like, get out. The goal of this video is sort of just, like, existing. It's not really anything. And, you know, the goal of this video is to convince them that my lifetime trip to Hawaii should expire. And they're all very different tones. They're all very different characters. Here, the person responsible for the virus, whoever made that computer virus, they're not a character. It's not even a question of who did this. It's just, this is something that happens. Here, you meet the guy who made it. Here, you do meet the person who made it. But it's, you know, it's quite different from Carlito. Annette in this video is very different from Carlito. You know, they all feel very different, and they all cover different ground. Which is good, because it means I got to tick off 5 different zombie games, or, you know, 4 and Halo 2, in a row without making it feel weird and, like, repetitive. And I think that's great. Just like I don't want the visuals to be repetitive, I don't want the videos themselves to be repetitive for a viewer's watching experience. And I think it is awesome, by the way. I think the idea of someone going through the Zombie Apoctober playlist later on, like in a couple of years, is amazing. I think the idea of someone stumbling across that announcement video, you know, at the start of the playlist, and it's like...
Fighting!
Hey, guys, it's Maniacal Chimney. Have you been outside lately? It's nuts out there, dude. People are just going crazy, fighting and biting, and... what are you doing in here? Did we have a meeting today? I wasn't expecting you till the 31st. What's going on? Don't bother talking. Doesn't matter. Have you looked outside? There are zombies, like, everywhere. All over the place. Of course, this has happened before a couple of times, and luckily for both of us, I'm prepared. It's actually good that you're here. If we're lucky, this whole thing will blow over by the end of October. But hey, I got food, I got supplies. While you're here, grab a couple of boards, we'll fortify this place. And then I guess we can pass the time by. And then, like, watching an hour and a half of videos, and the last one opens...
Guys, this is Whispering Chimney. Welcome back. Now,
I just think that's, like, something people can look back on and be like, oh, I wish I was there for that, you know? I wish I was there for, like... Oh, yeah, we spent a full month barricaded in this conference room together, like, watching these zombie videos. And it's, like, an hour and a half of really good, really high-quality videos that you can just watch through. I think that's great. And, yeah. I think it's something people will look back on fondly, and I think it's something people who weren't here will look back on and be like, oh, I wish I was there at the time. That's sick. But I think that's all the ground I want to cover. So, I guess last thing, and if you guys have, again, any questions or comments, throw them at me. But I guess the last thing is to talk about the rest of the year and what I'm going to be thinking for that. Because, you know, uploads have been pretty sparse this year, up until recently. I would like the pace to continue. Obviously, it's not going to be the same pace as Zombie Apoctober. You only get one weekly video month a year. And as we were saying, I do need to spend a significant amount of my time on tasks that buy food. So, like, that means I can't spend as much time on these videos. But you are going to get, in November, 2 videos that are both already fully scripted, and they're shorter ones. And maybe a third, which is a bigger one, that I would love to finally finish and get out. I finished the script in 2024, and I just haven't... It's huge. It's probably going to be more than an hour and a half long video. I'd love to get that out in November. If not, it'll be December. And then December, I would like there to be Pokemon videos. So, in other words, I think I'm back. I think you're going to start getting, like, 1 to 2 to sometimes 3 videos a month again. I think that's how things are going to continue. Let me get rid of that plus sign. It doesn't need to be there. So I think that's going to be happening. I'm not going to fully commit right now to saying we're back on the 2 video a month schedule, because I'm not certain that will happen. But November, you're going to get 2 or 3 videos. December, you're going to get 1 or 2 videos. And 2026, I would like to continue that trend. I'm feeling really good. As I said, Zombie Apoctober was really fun. I really enjoyed it. I want to keep doing this. I'm going to keep making more stuff. So, I think the drought is roughly over. Oh, and also, we still have to do 3 more streams before the New Year's stream. We're so back, you say, Null Space? what does John Wick say? Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. He says it in that voice. Yeah. So that's going to be happening. This next Pokemon video I've been wanting to make for a long time, but it's such a big project, and with how busy this year's been for me, and again, I unfortunately can't dedicate like all my time to Chimney things. I haven't been able to. But I'm hoping to get it. Listen, don't count on this. Please don't count on this. But my dream scenario is 2 Pokemon videos in December. It's 2 short videos and the huge video I finished writing last year in November, and 2 Pokemon videos in December. I can't guarantee that'll happen. That's my dream scenario. And I'm going to be trying for that. And then we'll see where we're at, you know. Again, it's difficult to know how I can get more people seeing this stuff, because I honestly feel like if 100,000 people clicked on one of my videos, like 80,000 of them would be like, this is sick, you know? Which is good, because it means the problem I have to solve isn't an internal rot. It's not like, man, the stuff I'm making isn't good enough, I need to figure it out. The problem is, the stuff I'm making's good, how do I get people to see it? How do I get people to, you know, be presented with my thumbnail and title, and then be motivated to click on my thumbnail and title? How do I do that? And that's an easier problem to solve than the problem of, you know, how do I make a good video? But it would be, I'd like to figure it out soon, because it's been, at this point, almost 5 years of making good stuff. Actually, is that right? 2021, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, almost 5 years. 2021, all those videos are unlisted now. And they're not as good as the stuff I make now. They're still pretty funny, but they're different. But, you know, it's coming up on 5 years. And so I feel like we gotta figure that out. Because it seems like just making the good stuff isn't enough. But yeah, really fun month, really successful. I love these videos. I'm glad you guys did too. I'm glad to hear, Ritu Iris, you said that the Resident Evil 2 video is one of your favorites that you've seen. I always love it when someone's favorite video gets updated. Yeah. I like all these videos. I think they accomplish a lot of things. I'm really looking forward to making the sequels for a lot of them. You know, the ones that will have sequels. And I'm honestly really looking forward to the rest of this year too. If I can get this big video done that I finished writing the script for last year, if I can get that out, you guys are going to love that video. It is a really great video. And I think it'd be a good way to end the year. And also, you know, as well, Zombie Apoctober, it makes me feel less bad about the small drought in videos, because I think Zombie Apoctober was only able to work, you know, the way I set myself up for, like, failure with, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make it 5 videos, and I can't do the Left 4 Dead easy one, because, like, I don't have any, like, collaboration friends. But I'm gonna make it 5 videos anyway. Like, the fact that it got done at all, Zombie Apoctober is only possible because of what I was doing the rest of the year. Because of, like, you know, I was, candidly, I was spending a lot of time working on not chimney things and working on things to buy food with. But, you know, if I didn't have notes on Halo 2, I wouldn't be able to do that. If I hadn't figured out faster ways of doing editing and, like, having a bit of a sound effects library, I wouldn't have been able to do it as quick. If I hadn't, like, kind of pre-made the Zomboid script, if I hadn't, you know, come up with plans for the theme of Resident Evil and Dead Rising. So it makes me feel good, and if the year continues with uploads as I want it to, then it's gonna feel even better, because a lot of work I've done is writing notes and outlines and plans for upcoming videos that I hope I get to make. I'd like to make The Sad Life of Olive. I'd like to make a video about a certain engineer. And I'm prepared to make them. So I feel like, even though there was a gap in uploads, I feel like I've used that time to really set myself up well. The last thing I'm going to actually do before we end, and again, anyone questions, comments, throw them at me, because the stream's starting to come to a close. Just for posterity, I'm just gonna put these on screen. These are the images that were paired along with the community post for each upload. And because community posts are probably something that'll be, like, lost to time, any viewers watching this in, like, 2029, here's what... Every time I uploaded a video, it was paired with a community post, one image about the video itself, and another image cataloging our progress through Zombie Apoctober as we were barricaded in this conference room with, let's say, weekly zombie attacks. It wasn't quite weekly, you know. See, it's a little hard to predict when these zombies show up. But, yes. I know I'm not putting them on screen long enough for you to read them. It's just, again, this is more for posterity so that someone in the future could pause and see them if they wanted to. Just to, like, document the full Zombie Apoctober. Quite fond of these. I like them too. I like that kind of fun little thing. I like... you know, that's why I like the weekly video months. That's why I like the New Year's live streams. I like these little things where it's like, feels a little community-ish, you know? It feels like something that you can be like, oh yeah, I was there for that. That was fun. I remember that. And that someone else might be like, oh man, it would have been so cool to be there for that. But, you know, be there for the next one. Yeah. Anyway, my voice is so tired. I'm so sorry. This whole stream, it's been bad. But hopefully you put up with it. Listen, it's been a trying month. You know? It's been a very trying month for me. But I've been in a great mood. I've been really enjoying it. I love these videos. I had so much fun, and I'm hoping that this is going to continue, and the videos you guys are going to continue to get for the rest of the year. It's going to be good. I guess the last thing to say is about the live streams. So we have 3 more streams to do before, you know, the New Year's stream. 3 or more to do. I don't know what these streams are going to be. They could be Potionomics, but I'm kind of thinking I might hold off on Potionomics, because my schedule's going to be quite full, and especially with these videos, and I feel like I have some plans. I'd like to do something kind of special for the return to Potionomics, because I'd like to beat it kind of in a stretch of streams or in like 2 stretches of streams when we come back. I don't want to come back and do like a couple streams and then we're away for a few months and then I'd like to come back when it's like we're going to really lock in and finish it. And I feel like that's a lot of streams to do that. So maybe not Potionomics. I could do Zomboid, but I don't know. I don't really feel like it for the end of this year. I have a sort of big idea that we could do. Like a bigger project, but again, I feel like that's sort of like a stream series, and I'm not sure I have the time to do a stream series right now. Maybe I could play like Ace Attorney or something. Hold on, let me, do I have... Stream game ideas. Yeah, some of those... Some of those could be good. I don't know. I do have options, but right now none of them are screaming to me as have to do that. And the ones that are screaming to me as like, oh yeah, you gotta do that at some point, is like, but probably later because it'll be quite time intensive when you do it. So I don't know. But yeah. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed. If I'm feeling and sounding a bit awkward, it's because the talk about like getting these videos out to more viewers. I always feel, it's not something I've talked about often on stream, but it's something I have talked about before. And both that time and this time, after I'm done talking about it, I'm always like, maybe I shouldn't have brought that up because I don't want you guys to feel like it's something you need to be worried about. Because, like, first of all, what are you going to do about it? It's something for me to solve. I'm only bringing it up to be like, oh, by the way, this is something I'm thinking about. But it's not like a problem. It's not something that makes me sad. It's not something that makes me disappointed. I'm happy. I'm in a good mood. Zombie Apoctober was awesome. It's something for me to figure out a solution to, not you guys. And I'm all good. So again, if I've sounded a bit awkward for the end of the stream, it's just because in the back of my mind it's been like, don't like talking about that. Probably next time I'm thinking about it, I might just choose not to. I'm really looking forward to this next Pokemon video too. Sorry, I've just looked over at my other monitor and I have some notes about Pokemon on there that I was writing yesterday. And it's like, damn, that's going to be a great episode. It's all good. I know, it's just... I don't want to be... More than anything is just, I don't want to be like... I don't know, like... Making you feel like it's your responsibility, I guess. Like, I don't want people to feel like... I guess anything that would count as donation bait if I had donations on. I don't want to like... Because at least, listen, I don't like it when people do like donation bait. But at least when they donation bait, people are able to donate, right? Doing donation bait when donations are off? It's like I've just left you with all these like glum feelings and no way to resolve it. At least donation bait people are like, oh, but I can resolve it by sending you $2. It's like, you have no resolution to that. Right? How awful. What a terrible example I'm setting. No. I know it's not a big deal or anything. But I want it to be really clear. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm excited to look for solutions. It's not, and like, if no solutions happen, if 2 years later, I'm still, my built-in kind of guarantee number is like 150, 200-ish views on a video. That's fine. I won't be able to be making videos as often as possible. But that's still like okay. It's like an acceptable thing. So it's not something that needs to happen. There's no pressure or anything. And there's no negative emotions associated with it. There's the potential for additional positive emotions, but the positive emotions are already here. So it's all good. Yeah, you can just tell it's like a awkward topic for me. I apologize. That's the one and only. That's the two and only. Yeah, I'll see you guys soon in November for more videos and a couple of streams at some point November, December. Oh, last thing, I knew there was one more thing. I want to post a community poll, like I have done for the other 2 weekly video months, where you can choose your favorite Zombie Apoctober video. Now, the thing is, image polls only allow 4 options. So one of these videos I won't be able to put in the poll. I'm thinking I'm going to put Project Zomboid not in the poll, because it's like the Halloween special, and I feel like if you're going to exclude one of these 5 videos, it makes sense to exclude the Halloween special, rather than like arbitrarily exclude one of the others. So I'm going to set that poll up. It's good to get it out of my system, and you feel it. Work hard on these videos in the era of content farms. Yeah, it's not really about getting it out of my system, though. That's the thing. That's my Windows plug-in noise, not yours. I'm just plugging in the external hard drive to get these images for the poll. I think part of the reason it bothers me that, like, I even brought it up is because it's not something I feel like I have to get out of my system. Like, I'm feeling good. I'm not feeling, like, down or sad at all. And I don't want it to come across like I am. It's something I'm bringing up just because, like, during the stream, I'm talking about, hey guys, here's what I'm thinking, and here's what I'm working on. And during Zombie Apoctober, I was posting these things to these other places. So, like, that's kind of why I'm a bit annoyed, is because, like, I didn't even need to bring that up. I was just, like, letting you in on my thoughts and process and stuff, but, yeah. Anyway. I keep going on about it because I'm feeling like it's like something that needs to be like solved in quotes, but it doesn't. And now I'm just where the hell? Oh, wrong hard drive. In progress files, one of videos, Dead Rising, that one. And then second video was Halo 2. Third video was Dead Space. And the fourth video, you can't tell if you arrived at the start or end. Is that because it says it'll begin shortly at the start on the screen? You have arrived at the end, Dio. I'm just setting up the end of month poll. And then that's going to be the end of the stream. And the last video, other than the Halloween special, was Resident Evil 2, which is here and here. Cool. And let me just input the titles. So, hot off the presses, Halo Undead. What did I end up making the public Dead Space title? My internal name was Someone Kill It, but it with like IT. Zombies in Space? That's a terrible name. I think I made it you can do like, you can set like 3 titles on a video now and just let YouTube figure out which one's the best. And I think it chose the worst. I'm switching it. Okay, so now it's don't call me if it's not an IT problem. Okay, there's not enough characters for that. I'll just change it to that's not an IT problem. That's not the title of the video, but that'll do. And yeah, there's not enough characters for if Resident Evil 2 was written by a Moron, so I'll just say Resident Evil 2 Moron Edition. And that'll work. Which video was your favorite of Zombie Apoctober? Well, Zombie Apoctober is done. Which video was your favorite? And then, you can only do 4 options. So that Halloween special is excluded. And the post is up. Or, hold on, it's not yet. It's taking a while to post. Okay, and the post is up. So you guys can go ahead and vote on the community post tab of my channel. And put a vote in for your favorite video of Zombie Apoctober. But that's it. I think. I think that's it. Yes, it is. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching the videos. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'm glad you did, because I know you did. I'm just, actually, you know, I'm going to stall for a few seconds, just so I can refresh and see, like, the immediate results coming in. We got 1 for a hot off the presses, off the bat. You came just in time to vote for the best video. Well, there you go, Dio. Oh, 2 for hot off the presses. I won't say which one my favorite is. Unless I accidentally did earlier in the stream, which I didn't, but I sort of maybe alluded to it. Thanks for having us. Thank you for being here, Null Space. I always appreciate your comments, and with, like, the funny cat faces. They look like... It's about, the cat's in your profile picture. I can't really see it. It's small here on this screen. But the face of the one on the left is like... It always looks like it's enjoying the sun. Like, that's the face of a basking cat, you know what I mean? Okay. Before I end stream, quick update. We're up to 4 votes. 2 for Hot Off the Presses, 2 for Resident Evil 2 Moron Edition. Whoa. Split down the middle. Okay. Thank you for being here. And goodbye. I've said thank you for being here too many times. You know what? Screw you for being here. You should be at work. You should be clocked in right now, dude. Get out of here. 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 Get